Across the boundless steppes, at the heart of Eurasia, the Great Silk Road has crossed these lands since ancient times. A road that connected ideas and entire civilizations. The ancient nomads were part of this journey. Their nomadic way of life kept them connected across continents, as they once roamed for the finest lands. Today, the search for a thriving ecosystem brings business here, to the heart of Eurasia. Their anchor was the yurt, their home, flexible, open, and resilient. Today, such a center of gravity for business is the Astana International Financial Center, a place where ideas meet capital and partnership comes to life. AIFC is an international financial ecosystem built on the principles of English common law. Here, businesses benefit from a favorable regulatory environment, tax preferences, and open access to global capital. Everything needed to grow in a stable environment where business truly matters, where trust is valued, where at the core stand transparency, partnership, and a global mindset. Honoring our roots, we're building an ecosystem where values are passed on to future generations. Here in Kazakhstan, a new center of gravity has emerged, a vital link between East and West, where resilience meets innovation and human capital shapes the economy of the future. AIFC, inspired by history, built on trust, designed for growth. Across the boundless steppes, at the heart of Eurasia, the Great Silk Road has crossed these lands since ancient times. A road that connected ideas and entire civilizations. The ancient nomads were part of this journey. Their nomadic way of life kept them connected across continents, as they once roamed for the finest lands. Today, the search for a thriving ecosystem brings business here, to the heart of Eurasia. Their anchor was the yurt, their home, flexible, open, and resilient. Today, such a center of gravity for business is the Astana International Financial Center, a place where ideas meet capital and partnership comes to life. AIFC is an international financial ecosystem built on the principles of English common law. Here, businesses benefit from a favorable regulatory environment, tax preferences, and open access to global capital. Everything needed to grow in a stable environment where business truly matters, where trust is valued, where at the core stand transparency, partnership, and a global mindset. Honoring our roots, we're building an ecosystem where values are passed on to future generations. Here in Kazakhstan, a new center of gravity has emerged, a vital link between East and West, where resilience meets innovation and human capital shapes the economy of the future. AIFC, inspired by history, built on trust, designed for growth. Across the boundless steppes, at the heart of Eurasia, the Great Silk Road has crossed these lands since ancient times. A road that connected ideas and entire civilizations. The ancient nomads were part of this journey. Their nomadic way of life kept them connected across continents, as they once roamed for the finest lands. Today, the search for a thriving ecosystem brings business here, to the heart of Eurasia. Their anchor was the yurt, their home, flexible, open, and resilient. Today, such a center of gravity for business is the Astana International Financial Center, a place where ideas meet capital and partnership comes to life. AIFC is an international financial ecosystem built on the principles of English common law. Here, businesses benefit from a favorable regulatory environment, tax preferences, and open access to global capital. Everything needed to grow in a stable environment where business truly matters, where trust is valued, where at the core stand transparency, partnership, and a global mindset. Honoring our roots, we're building an ecosystem where values are passed on to future generations. Here in Kazakhstan, a new center of gravity has emerged, a vital link between East and West, where resilience meets innovation and human capital shapes the economy of the future. AIFC, inspired by history, built on trust, designed for growth. Across the boundless steppes, at the heart of Eurasia, the Great Silk Road has crossed these lands since ancient times. A road that connected ideas and entire civilizations. The ancient nomads were part of this journey. Their nomadic way of life kept them connected across continents, as they once roamed for the finest lands. Today, the search for a thriving ecosystem brings business here, to the heart of Eurasia. Their anchor was the yurt, their home, flexible, open, and resilient. Today, such a center of gravity for business is the Astana International Financial Center, a place where ideas meet capital and partnership comes to life. AIFC is an international financial ecosystem built on the principles of English common law. Here, businesses benefit from a favorable regulatory environment, tax preferences, and open access to global capital. Everything needed to grow in a stable environment, where business truly matters, where trust is valued, where at the core stand transparency, partnership, and a global mindset. Honoring our roots, we're building an ecosystem where values are passed on to future generations. Here in Kazakhstan, a new center of gravity has emerged, a vital link between East and West, where resilience meets innovation and human capital shapes the economy of the future. AIFC, inspired by history, built on trust, designed for growth.
come in, take a seat. We're going to start in 1 minute, I believe. Someone's hit the trigger too early. We've got a timer here. Please come in, take a seat. We're a court and arbitration centre. We like to talk for a very long time, and we've got 40 minutes. So if you could take your seats, we'll do our best. Welcome. Right, okay. We'll make a start. Welcome, everybody, to the Astana Finance Days. It's wonderful to see so many people here. We're slightly unsure of how many people will be coming to this event, and it's almost a full house, so we're very pleased to see you all here today. My name's Chris Campbell-Holt. I'm the Registrar and Chief Executive of the AFC Court and International Arbitration Centre based here at the AFC. Today we've got just under 40 minutes to have what will probably be no more than a high-level discussion with presentations from our Chief Justice and our IAC Chairman on the topic digital transformation of justice and the future of investment capital protection. I'd like to just briefly acknowledge some of our guests, if I may. We're deeply honoured that 5 judges from the Supreme Court of Kazakhstan are here. I see various members of our Users Committee and other dear friends over many years of our work together here in Kazakhstan. Welcome, and thank you for joining us today. I'll start briefly with an introduction. Chief Justice is the Right Honourable the Lord Burnett of Malden. I won't say much because we're here so often that you know us all very well by now, but just for those who perhaps are not lawyers, who have not been to our events before, Lord Burnett of Malden was the Lord Chief Justice of England. It's the most senior judge in England and Wales for 6 years, and joined us almost immediately upon his retirement from that role based in London. We're deeply honoured that Lord Burnett has now been with us for nearly 2 years, and we're looking forward to very many more years going forwards. May I also just bring attention to our IAC Chairman on my right, Mr. Thomas Krummel, who is a very senior lawyer and arbitrator from Berlin in Germany, and again is with us as much as possible throughout each year, and is now coming towards I think it's just 2.5 years of his appointment as chairman. So welcome both Lord Burnett and Mr. Krummel. I'm going to start by very briefly introducing the Court and Arbitration Centre. For anybody who is not aware of what it is we do, we appreciate we talk all of the time in Kazakhstan, frankly throughout the region and the world, but not everybody here, this isn't a lawyer's event, this is an Astana Finance Days. So very briefly, our court and our International Arbitration Centre became operational with effect from the 1st of January 2018. And the idea, led by the leadership of Kazakhstan at that time, was to create a credible international standard of justice. If you're an investor coming to Kazakhstan, you will get 100% independent, impartial, completely commercially competent dispute resolution, whether it's in a court or in an arbitration centre or mediation or other forms of alternative dispute resolution. Fast forward 8.5 years of creation of this project, the dispute resolution part of the AFC, and 7.5 years now of operations. And I'm happy to tell you that the Court and Arbitration Centre have successfully completed just under 4,500 cases. Those cases have involved investors from 32 countries. Most of those countries are very significant key trading partners with the state of Kazakhstan. The disputes have involved all manner of commercial disputes. I won't go into the details now. But the point I want anybody here to leave with, if you are an investor or you are a lawyer or an advisor to an investor, is that if you invest in Kazakhstan, if you invest in the AFC, you will be safe with your protection of your capital and your legal rights. No business is safe. We all have problems every day, especially in a day-to-day business cycle. But if and when those problems materialize, whatever they may be, you will be protected if you put into your contracts this court, this arbitration centre, and bring your investments, we hope on a sustainable long-term basis, to Kazakhstan. Leaving aside that short introduction, digital technology, the purpose of why we're here to briefly discuss the topic today. The court and the IAC of the AIFC are no strangers to digital technology. We had the benefit of creating the Court and Arbitration Centre literally from a blank piece of paper all those years ago. And we had at the very front of our minds digital technology. For us to say that we are transforming justice would be an injustice, I think, or simply not true. We have always been on top of digital technology here at the AIFC dispute resolution part of the project. In particular, all those years ago, and we all know digital technology is changing every minute, every second of the day, we started with e-justice, starting from February 2019. That provided 24/7, free of charge, available case management documentation. So all the lawyers in the room, you've had since then immediate access to not only access the documents whenever you want from your mobile phones, your laptops, iPads, whatever. You've also been able to amend those documents, and the judges and arbitrators have also, if they've wished to, been able to work in a similar fashion. It's access to justice. Fast forward a little bit later, we had the pandemic. We were ready. Everybody uses video hearing technology now. We use it for every part of your life, probably. I certainly do. But we had that well in advance. We did not have to change our procedures, our rules, our practices. We were able to operate internationally throughout the world with investors, some of you coming to Kazakhstan through video hearing technology, which we now all accept. But if we go before COVID-19, many of us were not using that, other than perhaps Skype and one or two other things. So we've always been at the cutting edge. The Chief Justice and Chairman, I think, will elaborate a little bit in a moment about what we're doing on AI, but leave it for me to say at this stage, we are cooperating with our dear friends in China in particular, through the China Supreme Court, through other Chinese arbitration centers, some of the best tech companies in China, not just China, but other companies around the world. We're also partnering with top digital technology developers in Kazakhstan and in Singapore and elsewhere, because we want to be on top of AI digital technology for now and the long-term future of the digital transformation of the international dispute resolution market. It starts for us here at the AIFC, and I hope that with our partners around the world, we will be able to promote Kazakhstan as a world leader in digital transformation justice from Kazakhstan throughout the rest of the world. That's far more than I should have said. I apologize for taking so much time, as usual. And I will now, if I may, turn to our first speaker, the Chief Justice of the AIFC Court, the Right Honourable Lord Burnett of Malden. And my first really introductory question is, can I ask you please to set out where you believe we've come to during your incredibly distinguished and long legal and judicial career to where we are now and where you think we're going globally, but also with your vision of the AIFC Court's part in that process.
Yes. Well, Chris, thank you very much. You've set out in some detail the way in which we use technology in this court, which I think is now replicated in pretty well every court in the world. Most of us were not ready for the pandemic 5.5 years ago, and the pandemic forced not just the legal system, but every court in the world to change the way it worked. And it pushed us to use technology in a way which might have taken years longer if it were not for that emergency. So I think we know pretty well where we are now, but lawyers the world over, and possibly judges, I speak for my experience in the UK rather than the experience in Kazakhstan, are not necessarily the best people to embrace new ideas and new technologies. But I think times have changed, and lawyers are becoming more receptive, and courts are becoming more receptive to recognizing that we must use technology as a servant to deliver what it is we exist to deliver, which as judges and courts is to resolve disputes and to provide a service to the public who in the end are those we actually serve. But we've had some remarkable developments in recent years. Everyone here will no doubt be entirely familiar with ChatGPT and Gemini and the other systems that are being attached to the big search engines and by the big tech companies the world over, the US companies, the Chinese companies, and everywhere else. I remember vividly at the end of 2022 when ChatGPT was made available to the world at large as a free tool to assist anybody in their tasks. And a month or two later, I was attending a conference of lawyers, the Commonwealth lawyers in India, and was asked to speak on technology. And it still sticks in my mind now that at the end of 2022, so only 2.5 years ago, ChatGPT sat the New York bar exam and passed. It passed. Now, ChatGPT in those days was really an experimental prototype. It had only just been launched. And the analogy I like to draw in my own mind is with the progress with flying. In 1903, the Wright brothers were the first to fly. The flight lasted 12 seconds, and they covered 120 feet, so about 40 meters. Well, that was 1903. By the 1920s, planes were flying the Atlantic. There had been fighter aircraft in the First World War. And look where we are now. Look where we are now with flight. And the same thing is happening with computing power and AI and quantum computing. As things stand at the moment, the computing power of AI is doubling every 6 months. Every 6 months. And the latest editions of these tools that are available have moved on leaps and bounds since 2022, when the public at large became aware of their existence. So the question is where we're going on all of this. My starting point is that we should use technology as it develops as our servant. We mustn't allow technology to become our masters. That would, I think, be quite dangerous. But there's a lot to suggest that the legal profession is now embracing this technology with some enthusiasm. As it happens, last night, I read an article published yesterday in London about the use that lawyers are making of AI in their work in the UK. And I suspect it's much the same the world over. 61% of lawyers in the UK are now using AI to assist them with their legal practices. Now, the striking thing is that in January this year, this survey is done twice a year, it was only 46%. That's a big increase in only 6 months. And encouragingly, only 6% of lawyers said that they had no plans to use AI. But interestingly, about 50% of people who use it are using the publicly available AI systems like ChatGPT, Gemini, and so on. So where is this going to take us in dispute resolution? Well, I think the first answer to that question is that we will all be using technology and AI to improve the current systems that we operate. That will be the starting point. So as with every other business, and I'm sure we have representatives from other business worlds here today, everybody is looking to technology to improve their existing systems. And in courts, that is just as true as it is in financial institutions, online retailers, and so on. The back office, where all the processing is done, things like case management, will all be capable of being made more efficient by the use of current technology and developing technology. Here in our court, we have ready to use, but the finances need to be sorted out. That's always the case with courts. We have ready to use a system that will translate what is spoken either in English or Russian immediately into the other language. Now, the way it's going to work in the first instance is that I would be speaking, the AI will transcribe it, just as a dictation system transcribes it, and instantly translate it into Russian, and it will appear on a screen. But already the technology exists to turn what I say in English through your headsets into a robot talking Russian. Now, a very interesting experiment was carried out by a US lawyer just recently, a well-known appellate lawyer who appears in the Supreme Court. He produced a transcript of his argument before the Supreme Court in a case heard last year. And he then used a series of AI tools to produce a transcript of the AI tool answering the same questions from the justices of the Supreme Court. He made the voice sound human. He made the voice sound like him, in fact, so he thought he was human. And the fascinating thing, if you read the transcripts, is that you would find it impossible, if you didn't know who was responsible for which, to work out with confidence which was the lawyer and which was the AI tool. So that's an indication of where I think we are going. And we will all discover in the way we operate as judges or as lawyers that the existing tools that we use all the time on Zoom calls and Teams calls, which not only produce a transcript of what's been said, if that's what you want, but a summary of what's been said and a summary of the action points that have been agreed, will become entirely commonplace, not only for lawyers working, but also as tools to assist courts and the judiciary. Now, at the moment, there are problems, as we all know, with some AI tools about reliability. There's a problem with what's called hallucination, because they are generative AI tools, and there have been some notorious examples where lawyers have rather unwisely used an AI system to generate an argument, a written argument, and they haven't had the time to check it properly, and parts of the argument are rubbish, including generating fake cases. Now, I can see Mr. Oldland nodding his head over there because there was a rather notorious example in London just recently where a barrister who was deeply embarrassed by the whole system, the whole experience, unfortunately allowed herself to present some fake cases to the High Court. The first example was a very notorious case in New York where that happened. But I would say this, that it's unwise to suppose that the mistakes that happen today in AI systems, which are really in the foothills, in the beginning of what they're going to achieve, will not be sorted out fairly quickly. But my main point here is that at the moment, by and large, courts and lawyers are using AI systems to improve what they do, to replicate what they do at the moment. But as time goes on, we will need to develop our systems and our ways of working to take advantage of what technology and AI can develop. And if I can just give an example that comes from my experience as Lord Chief Justice in London, we digitized a great deal of the processes that we operate. Unfortunately, not everywhere, because we didn't have the money to do it. But what we have decided to do, and got legislation through Parliament to enable it, is to have something called the Online Rule Procedure Committee. So rather than using digital aids to improve the rules we already have, we are now, or my successors are now creating rules that are crafted to reflect the fact that digitization can transform what goes on. And so I think my time is pretty well up. I think what one needs to recognize is that the way technology can assist lawyers and judges is not just to enhance, to improve the systems that we have today, but to create over time an entirely new AI-empowered legal system. It will empower lawyers, it will empower clients. An example is that in the commercial world, and I look to those in big corporations who are here, when designing your products, when working out how to promote what you're doing, rather than having to go to a compliance team and your in-house lawyers and external lawyers to check every single step on the way, it'll all be embedded in your systems and be happening automatically. Now, the big question is, for me, that nobody is able to predict where this technology is going. Even people expert in the technology say to me, well, 5 years from now, it'll be so different from what we have today that we cannot predict where it's going. But my message is that we must embrace it, and we must embrace it as our servant rather than our master.
Thank you very much, Lord Burnett. I certainly could have used the benefit of AI when I was doing my bar exam. But anyway, we didn't have it then. Mr. Krummel, can I ask you to share your perspective, please, from the arbitration perspective?
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Mr. Camperhold. Good morning, everyone, or good afternoon, everyone. I'm now going to disappoint the whole of the audience by not first answering or treating the question under an AI perspective. If you ask me about the future of investment capital protection, which is at the heart of what we're doing here at the AIFC Court and IAC. Yes. Okay. Ooh. Dangerous. Better? Even better? Okay. If I'm to talk about the future of investment capital protection, my first answer is not in any connection with the magic two letters AI. Now, investors from all over Central Asia, China, Europe, the rest of the world make the resolution of their disputes in the IAC and indeed in the AIFC court their deal-breaking demand to ensure and to enhance the protection of their investments in Kazakhstan, in Eurasia, in the region, for one simple reason. We are the only arbitration center within a perimeter of thousands of miles which is powered by a state but not run, controlled, influenced or managed by a state. An arbitral institution where above and beyond a superb and world-class standard conduct of proceedings, investors enjoy a state-protected safe haven for settling disputes, and through the arrangements that we have with the Kazakh Judicial Administration, state assistance with enforcement of awards and settlements, while at the same time all of this is and remains robustly state independent. The institution, its leaders, its staff, the arbitrators, everyone and everything within the walls of the AIFC court and IAC. No one tells us what to do, from treating a multi-party international case down to where we get our paper clips from. That is our promise of investment capital protection. And its future simply is making sure that we will deliver on it tomorrow, as we do today and as we did yesterday. Now, to be able to do that, to fairly administer justice by independent, impartial judges or tribunals, adhering to the absolute highest legal and professional standards, we must, again, very simply, put to use whatever is available. As long as I am able, as long as our arbitrators and mediators are able, as long as our case managers and other employees are able to deliver on this central promise without any compromises, I am completely indifferent as to whether we work with cuneiform script carved into stone tablets, paper books, powerful databases, or artificial intelligence. In this regard, in the case of our court and our center, the end completely, manifestly justifies the means. But that being the case, we, everyone involved in the work of the AIFC Court and IAC, are of course under a permanent obligation to use the most efficient, suitable, modern, and resource-saving means that can reasonably be employed. Measured against these standards, I believe that the use of AI is just one of many, albeit immeasurably powerful, means of delivering what investors and other parties to disputes trust us to deliver. But it is not a golden calf, not an end unto itself, not self-justification, but an unprecedentedly powerful tool for ensuring that justice is done. One would, of course, be blind and stubborn not to recognize the enormous opportunities that the use of AI offers in the administration of justice. That is why I do not know a single person in the world of dispute resolution who today does not use AI more or less regularly and who does not perceive this in various ways as a certain, sometimes considerable, and in some cases even revolutionary improvement to his or her everyday work. A few weeks ago, we at the IAC had our very own extremely fascinating panel on this topic at Eurasia Arbitration Week. Some of you may have been here to witness it. And within that, I remember very well the passionate and optimistic and almost combative pleas for the use of AI as a tool in the direct drafting and formulation of arbitral awards. While I fully endorse this view, I am, however, here too mindful of the unconditional quality standards of our users as the only relevant maxim. And here, in my view, the challenge is not whether or not to use AI in the dispute resolution process, but exactly what for, and whether to facilitate, enhance, or complement human intelligence or to replace it. I'll give you a striking example which the legal professionals in this room will have experienced themselves at one stage or the other. You give the AI a clear and detailed prompt on a legal problem, and in a short time the machine produces a suspiciously ideal-looking answer. It looks as if a relevant court has ruled on exactly the case you outlined, in exactly the way you intended, you wanted it to come out. Now that seems a little suspicious to you, and you check the cited source, only to find out that such a decision, or a similar one, especially the one referred to by the AI, has never been made. You dig deeper. You don't lose your confidence, you dig deeper. You ask the machine to quote the relevant passage of that judgment, verbatim and with a margin number, please, and the answer comes immediately and as requested. Of course, it will be a quote from something that doesn't exist. When you point out to the machine criticism that the cited judgment unfortunately doesn't exist, the response is something like, "Very good point, Thomas. However, a principle of this content can roughly be derived from other sources available in case law, blah, blah, blah." And that's when I quickly reactivate my own grey matter, go back to my books or databases and work the way I learned to do many decades ago. As long as an AI that I use to prepare legal decisions is not able to give me, the user, a virtual shrug and say, I have no idea, my sources are not sufficient, or I need more input, it is both negligent and dangerous to blindly rely on the results of AI. But, ladies and gentlemen, it also works the other way around. So long as I am not sufficiently familiar with the capabilities and shortcomings of my AI counterpart, do not speak its language, cannot apply its syntax, underwhelm the machine by not even trying to formulate a meaningful and sufficiently instructive prompt, it is hard to expect a comprehensive answer as close as possible to the absolute universal truth, knowing that in law there never ever is the absolute universal truth, but only a more or less acceptable state of proximity to it. Of course, the situation is different when it comes to preparing file contents or creating texts that deal with either the facts of a case or its procedural administration, including high-quality real-time translations in court or arbitration hearings. Lord Burnett gave us an introduction to that in our court and IAC. This clearly is a process that still is evolving on both sides of the screen that separates the human from the artificial brain. We must only deal with it putting our human intelligence to full use. But we should also stop here and now uncritically chanting the AI hallelujah from sunrise to sunset as if it were a new superfood, a billion clicks megatrend on TikTok, or the religion that will finally make Earth the green, fragrant valley of peace. By close of business tomorrow, please. And no matter to what use we put AI, especially to something so delicate, complex, and vulnerable as the resolution of a dispute by legal means. I have two caveats to conclude. First, AI will certainly continue to develop significantly, including in terms of deciding legal issues or preparing for them, to the point where in a few years' time we will be laughing heartily at examples like the one I just gave. But there is one thing that AI will not in a month of Sundays be able to replace, namely the human judicial or arbitral competence as opposed to knowledge that is absolutely necessary to judge a case appropriately. The little inner voice that each and every one of us hears when we take on a new case, be it a court case, an arbitration case, a party representative mandate, that very first impression, not influenced by any prejudices, but shaped by pure judicial, arbitral, or legal experience, whispering to us where this case and his decision might likely go, what might really and decisively matter in the end, and what, beyond the claims and their arguments, really might make the parties to the proceedings tick. This is not only an inalienable privilege, but also a necessary and extremely important prerequisite for the work of any adjudicating body. And second, we must be aware of the clear and present danger that AI could become self-referential. Academic legal commentaries are already being created or updated, I'm working on one currently, with the considerable use of AI. In doing so, sources that are increasingly likely to have been produced in whole or in part by AI are, of course, being cited to a growing extent. This could soon lead to AI only citing itself, even in other areas. Or think about a request for arbitration elaborated by AI, which, on the arbitral tribunal side, is then read and processed by AI. then all we would need are virtual parties, and we would all be able to enjoy cocktails in the afternoon much sooner. However, for a court and an arbitration centre that are intensely and robustly committed to the highest legal, judicial, arbitral, and professional standards, this type of support, in my view, can never be an option. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Krummel. I want to very briefly, and then we'll take one or two questions in the limited time we have left, if I may, offer another perspective. One of the enormous benefits of doing a job like this in Kazakhstan at the AFC Court and the Arbitration Centre is that the Chief Justice, Lord Bennett, and I get to participate every so often with an international association called SIFOC, the Standing International Forum of Commercial Courts. And one of the topics which is frequently on the agenda for a discussion with Chief Justices and staff of courts from all around the world. I think last time we met it was about 60 different countries. All the major courts around the world we're all more than familiar with, including us and the courts of Kazakhstan, has been what role is AI and digital technology going to play, not just now, but in the very near future as a part of the digital transformation process of justice all around the world. And the one thing I think we all came to a conclusion before was that it's incredibly important. We all get that. We want to see it being utilised more. We want to see the technology being significantly improved. And it is, almost on a day-to-day basis. But is it there just yet to do the complex work that some people would like it to do? And the answer, frankly, as I think we'll all say, is no, not right now. Will it be there in the future? We watch this case and we want to see. But what we want to say from the Kazakhstan's perspective and the AFC Court and arbitration's perspective is that we are a part of that process. We don't want to copy anybody else. We want to help develop that technology with partners. And I mentioned earlier, we're in discussions already with various people from China and here and from all around the world. We want to be a part of that technology digital process. The AFC has always been a very forward-thinking institution. I remember when I first moved to Astana at the beginning of 2017, one of the first people I met, I won't name him, he's now a very senior member of the government here, said to me, Chris, welcome to our country, Kazakhstan. Let me introduce you to the Judges Replacement Scheme. And I said, what is that? We haven't even created a court, let alone identified who the judges will be yet, but you've got a replacement scheme of our judges. No, thank you. And fast forward to where we're at now in 2025, the global position with the senior courts is still very much you need a human being with significant technical, legal, and human competence and legal and human reasoning and judgment skills to arrive at fair judicial and arbitration decisions where the dispute in particular is of a very complex factual, legal, and whatever else nature. What's the future for us? It's going to be, in my personal view, but we'll have to wait and see because we all have a part to play in this process as we move forwards together. It's going to be, I hope, quicker hearings. It's going to be much greater access to justice. It's going to be much more efficient document management. It's already happening with the law firms and the lawyers, many, especially with the lawyers coming to our court and arbitration centre. I've seen that just in the last 5, 6, 7 years of case management. It's not just improved competence with lawyers and law firms and resources, it's the technology they're using to improve the efficiency and the accuracy of which they can harness the issues and deliver the evidence and the documents to support those issues in submissions. It's down to administrative things, such as the reporting of statistics. We're very proud that the Court and Arbitration Centre at the Paris Arbitration Week earlier this year were on the top international platform promoting new digital tech with Just Mundi to provide new statistical analysis of our case statistics. It's still being developed and rolled out now, but we've agreed the cooperation, and that will be for everybody to see very soon. It's with the languages. We're an international court here in Kazakhstan. Kazakhstan, the main language of use in our proceedings is Russian. Occasionally it's Kazakh, it's mostly Russian, but we're an English language court. And the investors mostly speak English, if not Russian, when they come to this court or to this country for dispute resolution. It's immediate AI-assisted, transcripted assistance with the translation in writing and orally. That's coming very, very soon. And we mustn't forget, it's the whole way we decide justice and get to justice, which is the system of rules and procedures. We have extremely flexible, absolutely cutting-edge procedural regulations. but we need to look at reforming those and updating those on a continual basis to make sure that we keep up as a matter of procedure with latest digital transformation efforts. We're on top of all of that. So I wanted to conclude this session by assuring the investors, some of you are new to Kazakhstan, some of you are new certainly to our Court and Arbitration Centre, that if you invest in Kazakhstan and through the AFC, you're not going to just get the best dispute resolution. You're going to get the best access to digital dispute resolution at the same time. And that will ultimately help you to quickly and cost effectively, with the best competence, independence and impartiality, to get not necessarily the legal answer you want, because you won't always win every case, but it will give you fair, top quality international justice. Invest in Kazakhstan and the AFC. You can trust and have safety with our dispute resolution system. Thank you very much indeed. Yes. I promised questions. We don't have time. I'm really sorry. We had 40 minutes. We will take questions outside over coffee, possibly when we're talking to that robot. I hope you've all seen that robot. That is not a judge of the future of this court. But we will take lessons from him or her or it as we leave these premises. I think the chairman wanted to... Did you want to say something? No? All right. We'll close the proceedings now. We're bang on time. Thank you very much again. Enjoy the rest of the Sana Finance Days.
Раз, два, три. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Раз, раз. Раз, раз. Раз, раз.
Across the boundless steppes, at the heart of Eurasia, the Great Silk Road has crossed these lands since ancient times. A road that connected ideas and entire civilizations. The ancient nomads were part of this journey. Their nomadic way of life kept them connected across continents, as they once roamed for the finest lands. Today, the search for a thriving ecosystem brings business here, to the heart of Eurasia. Their anchor was the yurt, their home, flexible, open, and resilient. Today, such a center of gravity for business is the Astana International Financial Center, a place where ideas meet capital and partnership comes to life. AIFC is an international financial ecosystem built on the principles of English common law. Here, businesses benefit from a favorable regulatory environment, tax preferences, and open access to global capital. Everything needed to grow in a stable environment where business truly matters, where trust is valued, where at the core stand transparency, partnership, and a global mindset. Honoring our roots, we're building an ecosystem where values are passed on to future generations. Here in Kazakhstan, a new center of gravity has emerged, a vital link between East and West, where resilience meets innovation and human capital shapes the economy of the future. AIFC, inspired by history, built on trust, designed for growth.
Okay, I think it's time to start. Okay, good afternoon, esteemed participants, our honored guests. So today we had very beautiful opening ceremony. We have very diverse program on various panel sessions that we have today. And today we have another not less engaging and very cherishing topic to discuss on horizons of aviation in Kazakhstan, opportunities and prospects. So over the next 40 minutes, we'll delve into the strategic directions for developing Kazakhstan aviation sector with the goal of strengthening country's position as a central aviation hub and boosting its competitiveness on the international stage. So we are joined today by our very esteemed and distinguished group of experts. So let me introduce Saltanat Tompieva. She is chairwoman of the Civil Aviation Committee. Janat Abdugalimov, a managing director for flight safety strategy, standardization and harmonization representing the Aviation Administration of Kazakhstan, and Mr. Ibrahim Janliel, who is a chief financial officer of Air Astana. So our discussion is designed today to unite the visions of our stakeholders and to forge our common understanding on key priorities and steps that we need to take in order to build the sustainable growth and global integration of aviation industry in Kazakhstan. So to start, let's hear from our panelists. We'll begin with the Civil Aviation Committee and followed by Aviation Administration of Kazakhstan, then Air Astana, and then a keynote from the AC, which is myself. And we have allocated about 6 to 7 minutes for each panelist. We would like to stick to the timing since we have very short 45 minutes, let's say, time frame. And I've seen some slides that we are going to see today, and they're very extensive and informative. So we'll have probably to miss the Q&A section in the end, but we try to and ask our panelists to provide as much insights and information in their slides as possible so that we have get a lot of value out of them. So firstly, I would like to extend my warmest congratulations and sincere gratitude to Saltanat Erkinovna for her outstanding efforts in hosting this past July the president of ICAO, Mr. Salvador Shakitano. So this achievement is not her personal success, but also a significant milestone for the entire country, since it's a very vital, let's say, step for us, since it enhances our international standpoint in civil aviation. So Saltanat Erkinovna, if from your approval, could you please provide us with a report on the work has been done so far and current regulatory initiatives aimed at supporting the industry in Kazakhstan?
Thank you. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. I'm very glad to see here a lot of guests and my colleagues from Aviation Administration of Kazakhstan and from airlines, airports. Very nice to see you here, and I would like to welcome all the guests here in Kazakhstan. So briefly, I would like to shortly report it about the civil aviation development in Kazakhstan. In Kazakhstan, structure of civil aviation authority systems is a Ministry of Transport under the Ministry Civil Aviation Committee, and important roles are played by Aviation Administration of Kazakhstan. It's overseas flight safety and Kazara navigation, ensures air navigation services as a providers, and Civil Aviation Academy. This body is under the Ministry of Science and Higher Education. And of course, key industry players, airlines and airports and other stakeholders. Transportation capacity and our indicators demonstrate a very positive growth for the last 2 years. In 2024, almost 30 million passengers were served by our airports, and we expect to reach 22.4 million. In addition, over 500,000 passengers are planned to be carried on associative important routes they provide to develop the routes where, for example, commercial flights not give some profit for airlines. And here we demonstrate our main indicators, key indicators. Passenger traffic increased by 11%, soft passengers grew by 14%, cargo volumes increased by 18%, and transit traffic rose by 11%. Kazakhstan is positioning itself as an attractive transit hub between East and West, and we are committed to further strengthening this role. ICAO compliance. Kazakhstan has achieved 82% compliance with ICAO standard, higher than both the global and European average. I think Janat will inform about this more detailedly. As a result of systematic work, Kazakhstan was removed from monitoring under the Euro Commission. In July 2025, the president of the ICAO, Mr. Salvador Shakitana, paid an official visit and commended the development and transparency of our civil aviation system. The recognition confirms that Kazakhstan's aviation industry is one of the right track, I would say. Domestic market also, especially after pandemic, demonstrates, I think, very great growth and development very steadily. Currently, on 61 domestic routes, operate 849 flights per week. 6 carriers currently operate in the market. As you know, a new foreign investor has been attracted to strengthen the local carrier, Kazakh carrier. International market. Kazakhstan continues to implement its open sky policy, and now I would say all the international airports are open for the and working during in this open sky regime. In 2025, over the 26 new routes will be launched with new carriers entering the market, including low-cost carriers such as EasterJet from Korea and Thai Air Asia X from Thailand and others. And future long-haul destinations include in 2026 Singapore, Tokyo, Rome, Vienna, and 2027 New York. Our strategy focuses on expanding the network and strengthening connectivity with Central Asia, China, Middle East, Europe, and North America. Kazakhstan is open for the cooperation and welcomes new airline partnership. Significant work is also being carried out at airports. Since independence, nearly every airport in the country has been reconstructed. We continue to attract private, including foreign investment. In the past 5 years alone, investors have been engaged in 7 airports. A priority focus is the development of air hubs, which play a key role in logistic, cargo handling, and overall economic growth. They support local tourism. We are also building 3 brand new regional airports and restoring 1. In 2024, 3 new terminals were opened, expanding capacity by more than 6 times. These projects were financed largely through private investment. Additionally, 8 airports underwent modernization, including major airfield repairs at 3 of them. And Here you can see our future plans, targets. Global demand for transport continues to rise, and Kazakhstan's favorable geographic position provides strong opportunities to grow both passengers and transit traffic. By 2030, we aim to substantially increase passenger traffic indicators, including transit passengers, expand the commercial fleet, strengthen our international route network, and establish a dedicated cargo airline to support freight operations and maintain logistic potential. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sultanat, for your Yerkinova, for your very extensive, informative presentation. So it's really nice and let's say numbers in terms of, we see that Kazakhstan is really reinforcing its role as an international transit hub, and moreover, we are in line in terms of, we have aligned our plans in terms of increasing the capacity to accommodate all of those transit flights as well, and we've seen like more than 58, I guess, new international routes also open. That's really impressive numbers. So thank you very much for your presentation. And now I would like to give the floor to Janat. So Janat, thanks for sharing our panel session today as well. So I want also to extend my heartfelt congratulations to you. As you know that Aviation Administration of Kazakhstan is a new model of civil regulation in Kazakhstan. And this year you have successfully completing the 6th year. So my congratulations on that. So in this relatively short period of time, the administration has made remarkable progress in strengthening the oversight, raising the safety standards, and aligning national practices with global international benchmarks. So we all agree that one of the most significant achievements has been, as mentioned by Sultanat Erkinovna, is the successful exit of Kazakhstan from the European Commission's blacklist. So this milestone, I think, restores the full confidence on international area in our aviation system and enhances the opportunities for greater international connectivity for us. So, Janat, I kindly ask you to share the administration's achievements over the past years and give us valuable insights into the future plans.
Thank you, Bakhtiar. Thank you for the kind words. Yes, indeed, Aviation Administration has launched back in 2019, so already 6 years passed. So we are on the way progress for transition to the new model still. So it's not a one-day task, so we are on a journey, and without the help from the government, it wouldn't be possible to achieve all this achievements and the results, and of course the support from the industry as well. Can I have my slides on the screen? Yep. So today I would like to share with you safety performance activities done by Aviation Administration of Kazakhstan, and a bit will also touch about the security stuff as well. So first of all, the first slide shows the industry size. I believe it's already almost covered by the chair in her presentation as well. So today we have 47 airlines overall. I believe that for the AFC and for the international participants, it's more interesting to understand how many AOC holders we have. So we have 18 of them. 7 of them have EASA TCO authorization, which allows them to fly the flights to the EU. Overall, in our aircraft registry, we have more than 900 aircraft, with less than half of them with valid COA certificates. We have 24 certified airports. I've seen on the chair's presentation that there are only 20, so the 20 which are more interested to the ministry because it's an infrastructure program run by the ministry. For us, it's interesting the airports which are certified by Aviation Administration of Kazakhstan. And we have also 2 helidecks. We have 3 air navigation service providers. We have also 21 ATO organizations in the country. Of course, the main one is Academy, as it was already mentioned as well. We have also 2 aviation medical centers operated running in the country. and also 28 MRO organizations. 4 of them are also EASA certified. The next slide shows the safety oversight and surveillance results for the rest 1.5 years. So back in 2024, we have conducted around 1,000 inspection and certification activities. So we issued more than 1,000 permission documents, licenses, certificates, and so on. So based on our oversight activities, we are also doing the enforcement actions as well. Unfortunately, not all of the stakeholders comply with applied regulation. So we have suspended more than around 10 air operators. So it's not mean that only the AOC, but also aerial works and general aviation operators as well. We have suspended or withdrawn 2 COA certificates. We also suspended, but in our case it wasn't issued, the ATO certificate to 1 organization which were not in compliance with the standards. We have also applied suspension of runway operation and restriction of runway operation at night, or suspension of aircraft refueling at 4 airports. And there was also the case when we not issued the air medical expert certificate to the applicant who were not in compliance. During this year, we have also provided during the first half of this year, around 500 inspections and certification activities. Already issued around 1,000 permission documents, certificates, and licenses, and also taken some enforcement action, as you can see on the slide. The next slide will show the safety review on the commercial operators' accident and fatalities during the last almost 15 years. As you can see, during the last 5 years, we have only 1 fatal accident with the foreign air operator, Azal operator, back at the end of the last year. Aviation Administration of Kazakhstan also looks on the performance and oversees the performance of SAFA inspection in the foreign airports by Kazakh air carriers. As you can see on the slide, that the SAFA ratio in Kazakhstan is even less than the SAFA ratio in the overall SAFA score. For the European countries, it means EU member states. So for us, we are really proud of the results for the last year and for the current as well. But this work with EASA and SAFA itself is really important for us, not only for aviation administration, but also for the air carriers, because I just wanted to remind some of you that European Commission look really closely on the SAFA performance, because it's one of the reason why European Commission can put any kind of restrictions to the air carriers based on the poor SAFA performance. And also we are really cooperate with our air carriers in order to facilitate their EASA TCO authorization as well. So we have, during the last couple of years, a lot of cases when we supported and provided in-hand support on site to pass successfully the TCO authorization as well. The next slide shows you that AAK is also work with the foreign CAAs. Currently we have 3 active 383 bis agreements with Bermuda Civil Aviation Authority, where there is only 1 Kazakh operator registered the aircraft. We also have active Aruba 83 bis agreement, which used to be previously used by Air Astana Group aircraft as well. And we also have Irish Aviation Authority agreement, which took in place from 2021, where Air Astana Group aircraft are registered as well. So the next slide shows you the compliance with ICAO standards and recommended practices. As I told you that I will touch a bit of the security as well. So Kazakhstan is almost equal with safety and security standards applicable in Kazakhstan. So we are 82 on safety and 83 on security as well. So during these days, actually, as many of you know already, that we are passing and hosting the ICAO audit on security, and finger crossed for the good results as well. We also passed successfully international audits back in last year. So as it was mentioned that we have removed from the close monitoring from the European Commission. So we removed all the restrictions back in 2016. But because of the big air accident, as many of you know, that European Commission decided to again to include Kazakhstan in the close monitoring. So we have convinced the European Commission that we are in compliance with the international standards, and based on the last Air Safety Committee meeting in November last year, so it was decided that Kazakhstan is fully in compliance. We also successfully passed the preliminary technical assessment done by FAA. So it was IASA audit, IASA technical visit, and currently working on to address some of the recommendations that were raised based on the results. The next slide shows you that we are also working, and we have an active three-party agreement with European Union Aviation Safety Agency and Irish Aviation Authority. During the last couple of years, we have closely working on trying to harmonize our legislation and best operational practice with European Union. So we have conducted a lot of seminars. Based on that, we are trying to implement as much as we can the European standards in our legislation as well. So for the rest of this year, we have also in plan several activities, and we also seconded one UAV inspector to IASA in order to understand the best practice of the regulation of unmanned aviation system, aircraft system in the EU, and hope that based on the visit, the guy will be capable and qualified enough to include and to implement the best practice applied in the EU. We also planning to have in October this year EU visitor program. So it's also to try to establish leadership in AAK, but not only in AAK, but also in the CAA overall. And there is also the discussion is going on about the opening of regional IASA project office on the basis on the AAK. That will be a regional office not only for Kazakhstan, but for the whole Central Asia. And the last but not least, I would like to share with you some of the strategic vision of the AAK for the next period. So the vision is we have kind of three main goals. It's a national strengths, regional model, and global excellence. For the national strengths, we believe that we have to cover that by the oversight activities the whole industry, which means that we have to provide effective certification and control and oversight activities, increase the operational efficiency by applying the best methods and the best practices. Of course, develop the human capital, the capabilities, and the training provided to AAK aviation inspectors. Try to digitalize our functions as well as improving the quality of services provided, because as far as industry stakeholders know that we have switched to the new financial model when we take money for the services provided, and also implement national aviation plans on security, on safety, and other aviation plans as well. As a regional model, we would like to be as a #1 in Central Asia in terms of the compliance with ICAO standards and in the CIS countries as well. In terms of the global excellence, we believe that it's also achievable to be in top 10 in the world of the CAAs with the full alignment of international standards. I hope I was on time. Thank you for your attention. That's it of my presentation.
Thank you, Janat, for very insightful, informative presentation as well. So we wish you good luck and all success in achieving your very optimistic, but I believe achievable goals that you set up for yourself. So following which, I would like to draw your attention to Mr. Ibrahim as a representative of Air Astana Group. So we are grateful to Air Astana as well for their role as a vital partner in the development of Kazakhstan's air travel network. So their strategic growth demonstrated through both the full-service Air Astana and the low-cost Fly Astana brands has been instrumental in connecting our nation and boosting economic development. So moreover, Air Astana is not only the national carrier in Kazakhstan, but also a prominent partner listed on Astana International Exchange. So we have a good, let's say, record of relationships. So Mr. Ibrahim, the floor is yours, please.
Bakhtiar, thank you very much. I'd like to start to thank both the Civil Aviation Committee and AAK for providing a strong foundation for safe and reliable operations, which is particularly safety is our top priority. Today in my presentation, I'll be brief. I'll try to give a quick overview of the Air Astana Group, where we see the growth opportunities and how we are investing into our business in order to ensure that we have all the requirements delivered from a technical perspective to align with our growth strategy. The quick overview of the group. We operate with 2 AOCs under the group. The Air Astana was the first the first full-service airline, started flying in May of 2002, 23 years ago. Carried about 5 million passengers in the last 12 months. And I'll come in a minute to the awards for both of the airlines. Fly Air Astana, on the other hand, is the younger subsidiary, started flying in 2019, has disrupted the market since then. It was the first genuine LCC in the region and is by far now leading the segment. And with the 2 distinct products, we are able to both stimulate the market as well as develop the network profitably for the group. Over the last 12 months, we carried about 9.5 million passengers with a 83% load factor, which is ahead of the IATA average for the previous year. In terms of revenues, we have exceeded the $1 billion mark back in 2022. We generated $1.4 billion of revenue in the last 12 months to June 2025. With an EBITDA of 353 million and again an industry reputable margin of EBITDA margin of 26%. Moving to the right-hand side of the slide, I briefly want to touch upon the 3 principles that were established when the company started off 23 years ago, which were to operate to the highest corporate governance, to operate to the highest operational safety and service standards, and to be commercially and financially independent. And with many things changing along the way, these 3 principles are still the guiding principles for the Air Astana Group, which have in turn delivered the voluntary compliance to EASA and IOSA and the certifications, of which we recently completed with IOSA the 10th audit and have been recertified. And in terms of the service quality, Air Astana has been Air Astana has been the best airline of Central Asia and CIS for now 13 years running, and Fly Air Astana, despite the fact that it started only a short time ago, has been the best low-cost airline of the region for the last 3 years running. Again, to highlight the focus of the companies, of the entire group, on the 3 founding principles that were established 23 years ago. In terms of fleet, we have been going through a fleet simplification program that started back in 2017, has been completed now, so we are now down to a simplified fleet of 2 aircraft types, the A320 family on the narrow body and the Boeing 767s for the wide body, which are due for replacement by the 787s going forward. That is down from 5 aircraft types that we used to run 6 years ago, and reducing the aircraft age initially to 5 and at the moment to 6, which is again one of the youngest fleets globally that we are operating. In terms of aircraft fleet, pre-pandemic we used to have 35 aircraft in the fleet of the group. At the time that we went for the IPO in early 2024, that number was at 49. Today we stand at 62, and we aim for 84 aircraft in 2029. So roughly speaking, we have almost doubled the fleet in the last 6 years, and we are looking of adding another 22 aircraft from today or 21 aircraft from the year end by 2029. A large part of this order book has already been committed to, with all aircraft covered till the end of 2027. When we talk about very high growth, a logical question to ask is, have you come to a point of maturity, and is this the end? Are we now going to plateau? I would like to start with the traffic graph on the right-hand side of the slide, which is the number of passengers, domestic, international, as well as combined for Kazakhstan. Back in 2018, the total number of passengers carried by all carriers in and out of Kazakhstan was 7.5 million passengers. That has grown to 14.4 million passengers in 2024, which is a 92% increase of passenger numbers during that period, and particularly higher on the domestic run, where the traffic has grown by 144%. Flyerson has been a major player in disrupting the market, in stimulating demand, and the entire industry, including ourselves within the group, have benefited from this growth. Now, the line that you see there on the top of the same graph is the propensity for travel. So in simple terms, that is the number of domestic trips divided by the population of the country. And that has more than doubled from 0.23 to 0.57 over the 7 years since the establishment of Flyerson was decided. However, that is not the end, and that's why I want to draw your attention to the right-hand side of the same slide. Here you will see the combined propensity for travel, same logic, number of trips divided by population, and the comparison of that number with other economies with a similar purchasing power or GDP per capita, and how they have evolved in terms of travel propensity after completing the stimulation cycle of the LCCs. So the examples here are Malaysia, Turkey, and Mexico, and any of them have about a 2 times higher propensity for travel than what we have achieved by doubling it in Kazakhstan over the last couple of years. What this tells is that before we get to that plateau and we start growing by GDP multiplied by a certain multiplier, we have yet another doubling to materialize before we get to that level. On the next slide, we have the second pillar of growth, which is the region that we are in. I mean, Central Asia and Caucasus is the highest growing market in the world as per the IATA statistics. We are right at the heart of it, and there we say, coming from Kazakhstan, we do feel that we are leading the Central Asian and Caucasus region, and in many ways we do benchmark Singapore Airlines, which is an airline that has come from a relatively small country of only 5 million people, but has benefited from major countries with high populations around them. The same case counts for us. So Kazakhstan itself is 20 million people, but when we look at our extended home market, that target population goes to 95 million people. And as you can see from the number of frequencies that we operate, like to Georgia, 42 flights a week or 6 per day, to Uzbekistan, 15 flights a week. These are areas where we can have significantly high growth, and we are able to serve both the point-to-point as well as the connecting transit traffic. Another point I'd like to make is, in the previous slide we talked about the propensity for travel. where Kazakhstan is actually the highest in terms of propensity for travel, with the 0.6 on domestic or 0.8 in international, which again illustrates the opportunity for growth by stimulating demand in our neighboring countries. The third pillar for growth is, as has been touched upon several times today, is our geographical location. We are at the heart of Eurasia. And within 7 hours flight distance, we are able to get onto any point, almost any point in Asia or in Europe, as well as in the Middle East. At the same time, we are neighboring two of the biggest populations of the world. We have a direct border with China, and with one country in between, we have India within the vicinity of only 2.5 to 3 hours. These are two of the highest growing economies in the world, with almost 1.5 billion people each at our doorstep. So these mega markets, to start with, to our southeast and to the south, are significant growth potentials for the Air Astana Group. Moving on to the Gulf and Saudi Arabia, where we see again very high growth of passenger numbers. Not only by ourselves, there are multiple competitors that have come into the market, and the market just continues to grow. And it grows from both ends, not just from Kazakhstan, but also from the Gulf coming into the region. So, and in addition to that, Turkey, with the historical ties, and Europe, again, are mega markets, which are great potentials for growth for the Air Astana Group. When you combine these, the very low potential for travel, the mega markets in our vicinity, and the extended home market opportunity where we have been, and we remain the leader, those three will be forming the source for the continuation of the high growth that we've had over the last couple of years. In the next slide, I want to talk a little bit about the agility and the resilience of the group. The numbers already speak for themselves, but this is a bridge of traffic, how the traffic has evolved for the group following COVID and following the suspension of flights to Ukraine and to Russia. At that time, we have lost close to 20% of our traffic, almost overnight. However, we have been able to not only bring that back, but also grow on top of it by expanding into markets in India, in Central Asia, Caucasus, in China, in the Far East, as well as Gulf and Saudi Arabia, and particularly strengthening our presence on the market to Turkey as well. The direct growth is about 19%, or if we exclude Russia and Ukraine from the base, it is a 29% growth during a period when we've gone through COVID-19, we've had the war in the region, and still managed to, in a very agile and resilient manner, to grow traffic for the group by just going into alternative markets. We talked about the domestic traffic that for the group, combined for Air Astana and Fly Air Astana, has grown by 150%, again to the base year of 2019. On the next slide, I briefly want to talk about competitiveness. Jean just talked about the competitiveness from an operational perspective, but I think it's also important to put into perspective where the two companies within the group are positioned in their relative peer group. So if we look at Fly Air Astana, despite the fact that it is relatively young and it's still in that very strong growth pattern, and therefore has a huge potential for gaining economies of scale, it's already almost on par with Ryanair. It's below that of other peers in the group like Wizz and Indigo on a very, very competitive cost base. If we look at Air Astana within the full-service airline group, The closest peer in our group is Singapore Airlines, but if we look at the closest operating airline into the region, we are more than 20% below our closest peer, which is Turkish Airlines. The reason why this is important is it's a very important indicator of your efficiency, and in turn for that, your ability to be able to compete besides the strong product that we offer to our customers, to be able to compete in price as well. And as a result of that, both for Fly Astana and Air Astana in 2024, we had a strong EBITDA margin, which are the second and the third best in the peer group that we are following. Often people would say that an airline is about bringing in aircraft. We just had a closed session where we talked about different options of ownership for aircraft. But on this slide, I want to talk about the additional technical infrastructure that is required that we initially were actually obliged to invest into, but now have turned into very strong efficiency centers and carry the potential to become a profit center in the future. The hangar that we constructed back in 2015 started doing our Airbus maintenance C checks back in 2023, started off with the relatively lower level of 1C. That was then extended in 2024-25, and as of this year, we are able to perform all of the Airbus maintenance in-house in our hangar in Astana. That is certainly a cost saving, and it also is a base of expanding the expertise within the country by growing the capabilities of our technicians and engineers that are providing this maintenance. We've already committed through the IPO proceeds for the extension of a second hangar in Astana. In Almaty, we have a leased hangar, and we will be adding an additional hangar to that in Almaty as well. In terms of training, during COVID-19, we did struggle in providing the training that was required for the currency of our pilots through the mandatory training. At that time, we started looking at the business case, and we constructed the training center in Astana. We placed first the first simulator that has been operating there. It again is a major cost saving, and again a very important capability that has been brought to Kazakhstan by introducing the simulator in Astana. We've already ordered the second. We are waiting for the conclusion of the construction, and we aim to commission the expansion of the building by the end of this year. And for our cabin crew, we have also invested into their recurrent training to be done in Kazakhstan instead of sending them abroad to other training organizations, whereby we are now becoming a significant training provider, firstly to ourselves and potentially in future to third-party customers as well. We established Air Astana Terminal Services that we announced by the end of May. There are numerous initiatives that we are introducing to improve operational efficiencies through fuel consumption, and also by improving the efficiency of the pilots, where we provisionally have achieved already an 8% saving or a gain of efficiency in the crews that are required to operate the fleet. The reasons why I wanted to mention this is particularly that if we are talking about growth, which has been extremely high over the last couple of years, and we have high ambitions to continue to grow both in the region as well as internationally to the mega markets around us, we also need to think of the technical capabilities, the number of pilots that we need, the cabin crew that we need to train, and also the engineers that we need to maintain our aircraft, as well as the facilities to support that growth. And with all of this in place, we are extremely confident to deliver the growth and to support that with all the investments that we've been making over the last 23 years to continue tapping on the high growth potential in our region as well as across of Eurasia. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Ibrahim, for your valuable insights on behalf of Air Astana. So we couldn't ask for more comprehensive report from your side. So once again, my sincerest thanks to all the speakers for their insightful and very comprehensive presentations. Just to conclude, the presentations clearly illustrated the thriving aviation industry sector, which is marked by a significant growth across all key metrics that have been presented to you today. For instance, the passenger turnover is on steady upward trajectory driven by increasing demand. At the core of this development is a steadfast commitment to flight safety. Upholding this high safety standards remains one of key vectors presented by Janat. And another proof for that is 22%, which is way above the world benchmark on ICAO compliance. Also another proof of that. And furthermore, the national airlines have presented their ambitious plans for the growth, and they have visionary strategies in place to capitalize on this positive momentum. So I know we are short of time, but from the perspective of AFC Authority, I would like to delve into our ecosystem and explain to you just in a couple of minutes, and still you're a little bit, just 5 minutes time, just to provide our proposed, let's say, vision and proposal on creating an AFC aviation hub using the benefits and advantages of our center if possible. So do you have a clicker or? So I will not overwhelm you with all of these numbers, just a couple takeaways from this. So as of today, we have 4,300 plus AFC participant companies registered already. And this number actually grows exponentially year to year, which means that AFC is becoming a very popular platform to properly structure and effectively structure your assets and investments. And as you can see, 37% is actually financial companies and financial service providers, while another 63% is other companies which are non-authorized and dealing in different types of business activities like IT, communication, professional services, and any other else, which means that apart from regulated financial activities, we are a very popular platform for any other initiatives here. So as you can see, the recent huge transaction deals like the acquisition of Kazakh Air by Vietjet has been also structured using the platform of AIFC, like Central Asia Airport Holdings Limited, or we have Astana International Airport Management Administration also structured through terminals for Astana using the platform and advantages of AFC. So as of today, initially when we were incepted and commenced our operations in 2018, we had this product-based pillars like asset management and capital management, Islamic finance, GFC, and all of those. As of today, we know that most of our regulatory and legal framework is in place, and we are more focused on further developing and enhancing those legal regulatory regimes. But now we are also more focused on trying to be an enabler for very complex projects where there are a lot of stakeholders who need to join their efforts together. Just as examples, we have this carbon trade, we have the creative industry, where we have the special AFC Venture Studio framework, we have the junior mining incubator, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So we have a huge number of these projects where we need to cooperate closely with business, with investors, with government, with regulators. So therefore, we also see a huge potential in aviation industry as well, so that AFC can become a very effective tool. End of the day, we are just a platform. We are the tool. We are not, the leaders in this industry. So we see, why aviation for AFC? So we see a huge potential in facilitating the next phase of aviation growth. So as you can see, AFC can establish an aviation finance platform. We also see huge potential in reinforcing our regional, let's say, leadership position. So as of today, yes, AFC is #1 let's say, financial center in the Central Asia and Eastern Europe, while we are 64th in the world, and etc. But again, we can also become the leading regional hub for aviation finance in the same way as we are in green finance, or in the same way as we are in Islamic finance, and etc., etc. And also we think that AFC has a huge potential to contribute alongside with all the stakeholders to enable the driving economic development by helping the country to become and get the status of a key transit and trade hub as well. So what we see as a concept actually, so the main core idea is that Kazakhstan can lead in aviation finance and leasing in Central Asian region by structuring investments, localizing foreign lessors, and building qualified talent pool. So actually there are four main pillars that we are proposing, at least to discuss. One of them is aircraft financing and leasing. So AFC can become a Central Asian hub for aircraft financing and leasing operations. Secondly is a sustainable aviation, which means that we also can become a driving force in transition to green aviation. The third is aviation advisory center. So it's attraction of international, let's say, local experts to create the excellent center for competence in the field of financial and technical consulting. And the third is aviation training center. So most aviation training centers, yeah, we know it's mostly about the pilot training, it's about engineers, but there is a niche for trainings in finance and legal in aviation. So we can bridge this gap in the industry and help to train and bring up a new, let's say, profession in the region. So this is the main roadmap that has been, it's just a high-level roadmap. So we see that there is a recipe ingredients that has to be put in place, at least at the beginning, initial stage, to be discussed. So it's about the tax regime, it's about the customs regime, it's about legislative amendments to be done in different types of conventions and laws, and we have different type of collaborations which need to be established between the state authorities and stakeholders using different types of, let's say, instruments and joint acts, which is also important, creation a special regulatory regime and license by the AFSA. In sustainable aviation also, we have a separate set of, let's say, proposed actions to be done. Again, everything is in collaboration with the Civil Aviation Committee and Aviation Administration all together, but again, we can create a state working group and can be included and initiate some discussions, at least there, to register an ICAO Corsa compliant carbon markets on our Astana International Exchange, or participate in SAF project on sustainable fuel. Similarly, there is a list of proposed, let's say, actions on aviation training center and advisory center. So this is just to give you an idea that we can create some joint roadmap and take every advantage of our center, since we have the AFC Academy for training, we have Green Finance Center, we have like our flexible regulatory and legislative regimes, we have our dispute resolution bodies like AFC Court and International Arbitration Center. So we have to use that advantage. We have to put all of that together in order to build a proper roadmap and make some value and change in the region. So this is, again, just comparative analysis of some main jurisdictions. So we know that Ireland is one of the leading ones. And this is just to show and give you an idea that we understand that there is no some standard recipe. So each jurisdiction has its own peculiarities, its own advantages. When one is very good in terms of deep talent pool, the another has very ultra-low effective tax rate, or some others provide, let's say, gateways to Asian market or Chinese market, and etc. So we need to find our own advantages and our own values actually to create around this region. Yeah, so these are the key milestones. So far we just presented the concept of aircraft financing and leasing to the government. We collaborated with Partners for Aviation Finance trainings, some discussions being in place there. We have discussed with KMG IRA some options to support the SAF project. But there are also some short-term goals and strategic goals. But in the end of the day, we aim at creating a favorable regime supported by all the infrastructure and providing the AFC regulation and licensing dedicated to aircraft lessors and owners in finance industry joined with aviation. So this type of just milestones, excuse me again just for stealing your time, since we are way beyond the time, so it's okay. But generally, this is some kind of a call to action and some ideas to take it further for further discussions and put it on paper and maybe give some initiations for bigger and larger projects with the use of the AFC platform and its advantages. So this is all from my side on this. Again, I want to extend my sincere gratitude to all the speakers for sharing our panel session today. Thank you, everyone. So from our perspective, again, our role is just to act as a key partner in this very difficult journey. I hope you all enjoyed and took a lot of valuable insights and takeaways. Thank you very much for being part of our program.
I'll just give a couple more seconds to settle in. Қайырлы күн, құрметті қонақтар. Астана халықаралық қаржы орталығына және Астана Finance Day форумына қош келдіңіздер. Dear guests, colleagues, welcome to the panel session Shaping the Future of IFC Legal Framework. The Astana International Financial Center was created with the bold vision to serve as a trusted bridge between East and West, providing a platform where global capital meets regional opportunities. From the very beginning, our key pillar was to establish a legal framework, a trusted, transparent one, according to international standards, and based on the principles of English common law. Apart from IFC Court and the International Arbitration Center, in 2017 we have established our own IFC Legal Advisory Council. We see today a lot of guests here who actually took part in it and were very instrumental in it. Since then, more than 100 IFC acts have been developed, adopted, that regulate the activities of our participants. This legal infrastructure has already set IFC apart in Central Вот так, наверное, да? So this legal architecture actually set us apart from Central Asian and Eastern European countries, which actually backed up by our numbers as well. Since inception of IFC, more than 4,300 companies from 85 countries all over the world has chosen IFC as a home for their businesses. This in turn attracted around $17 billion of investments, not only to Kazakhstan, but the region as well. IFC chose this common law precisely because it resonates with global financial institutions, law firms, and other corporations. But financial sector is evolving rapidly. It grows, it changes according to the new areas, including fintech, sustainable finance, AI-driven processes. Cross-border disputes are also part of why this ecosystem has to evolve. So our discussion today will primarily focus on three areas. First is how common law is able to encourage and support the growth of international businesses working in the international financial centers. Second is the recent developments in the modern financial systems of international financial centers. And the third is how actually legislation of international financial centers can not only support but set benchmarks and high standards for mainland jurisdictions. Before we dive in, allow me to introduce our speakers. First, I would like to introduce Andrew Odland. He is King's Counsel and leading barrister and senior partner at Mitchell Morse. Aygul Kinjibayeva, partner at Dentons Kazakhstan, who is also a leading Kazakhstani lawyer. And David Simpson, a barrister at 3 Verulam Buildings in London. All of our speakers are members of the Legal Advisory Council, and we are privileged to have them here today with us. Allow me to start with Mr. Odland. Andrew, so international investors consistently highlight the importance of legal certainty when choosing where to allocate capital. In this regard, could you tell us a little bit more what the role of Legal Advisory Council in IFC is, and how, in what specific ways does it benefit IFC to attract this kind of investors?
Yes, good afternoon, everybody. It's a pleasure, as always, to be here. Let me start by saying a few short words about what we do on the Legal Advisory Council. And I'm delighted to see that we have 2 or 3 of our previous supporting secretaries here to the Council who are in the audience today. Our job is primarily to review draft legislation and occasionally to recommend legislation that ought to be drafted. And when we first started, and I've been involved since 2017, right at the very beginning, we were given what was called a blank sheet of paper to create a legal system based, as has been said, on the principles and legislation and precedents of the laws of England and Wales and on international best practice. Those lines come directly from the constitutional statute of the AIFC. So that was our guiding light, our remit. So there was a lot of work for us to do right at the outset because there was a lot of legislation that needed to be drafted, it needed to be reviewed, and it needed to be approved ultimately for signature by the governor. But we found, we thought that things would go quiet after the first couple of years. They haven't. And the reason things have not gone quiet is a topic that is rebounding around this conference hall, which is the march of technology and the effect that it is having on, in particular, the need to regulate, legislate and regulate appropriately. So we've been kept very busy. In terms of our composition, our chairman, who can't be here today, is Michael Blair, King's Counsel, who is a leading financial draftsman. He drafted much of the financial legislation, both in the UK at the moment, but also in the DIFC in Dubai. And within our group, we are mainly members of international law firms or distinguished barristers like David. And I'm delighted to say for the first time that Aigul has joined us this year, who is our first Kazakh lawyer who's on the council. And we're hoping, as time develops, to have more of you Kazakh lawyers joining us on the council. And her insights as to the interaction between AIFC law and local law are invaluable. So welcome to the council. So my topic is the common law and why, essentially, it is useful, important, critical to have, we would suggest, in an international financial centre. In a nutshell, the common law is a legal system based on judicial precedent, whether it's judges interpreting legislation or sometimes creating law where it is absent but it's required. To work, it relies critically on an independent, high-quality judiciary, but also because it relies on an adversarial court system, the quality of the lawyers appearing in the courts is also very important. And both the lawyers and the judges must have an absolute commitment to the rule of law for the common law to work properly. It is a system that is transparent. The judgments that an English court, for example, would give are reasoned judgments. They provide details, a lot of details sometimes, as to why the court has come to a particular decision. And that's often quite different from civil code countries where the judgments tend to be shorter. The advantage of this is twofold. First of all, transparency, and secondly, an element of legal certainty. You can look at a judgment from a previous decision of a court and you can identify those facts to the advice that you're having to give to your client and say this is likely to be how a case would resolve itself if you went to court. So it achieves those two things. So to be clear, the vast majority of applicable law in the AIFC at the moment is the legislation. But a body of judicial precedent we anticipate will build up as the judges of the court get to grips with some of the knotty legal issues that have to be decided. So you've got your basic laws, which are the laws that we in the LAC have been considering over a number of years, the legislation. On top of that, you have judicial interpretation of those laws. So why is the common law attractive? Two things, in my view at least: familiarity and flexibility. It's attractive because it's familiar to the international financial and commercial world. The common law has developed in a commercial context over hundreds of years, and it has been led, this is the evolution of the common law, by the direction of commerce. So where commerce takes you, the law evolves and follows. And secondly, it provides flexibility without losing certainty. It can evolve very quickly, and this is particularly important, especially as we know that technology is driving so much change and innovation in society. But the requirements of the law going forward have to be, in face of this technological advance, really two things. It needs to provide a steady, certain framework to support that evolution, but it must also critically address the demands for regulation to protect our societies and in particular consumers from harm. I'm going to give you an example now of the common law in practice in the field of technology that comes from the English courts so that we can see how it works. There was a simple question, you may think, that was being asked of the English courts, which is this: are digital assets capable of attracting property rights? There was no statutory definition, no legislation that dealt with that in England, and the existing common law, so the existing law that had been decided by judges over the years, did not answer that particular question. And it arose in respect of applications for freezing orders, that is to freeze assets, where claimants were alleging they had been defrauded by people who held cryptocurrency. And in order to secure the freezing order, the claimant had to persuade the court that crypto assets actually fell within the definition of personal property. And there was no legislation that said it did, and there was no common law, no judicial decisions that actually said it did. So the problem arrived before the courts of England, and judges had to decide initially at first instance whether or not crypto assets fell within the definition of property. They did. It then went to the Court of Appeal, the Superior Court, who supported that decision. And it led to a very interesting debate and ultimately some draft legislation, which is the Digital Assets Bill that is currently before the UK Parliament. I don't think it's yet been passed. So that bill, that piece of legislation, was created by the courts dealing with a gap in the law, which was, do digital assets fall within the definition of personal property? The courts decided that it did, and then legislation is in the process of being introduced to allow that definition to be expanded upon. And be expanded upon is a critical word here, because this is a very unusual piece of legislation. It is not our government simply saying, yes, it falls within the definition of personal property on all occasions. It says that it is capable of falling within the definition of personal property, and it's going to leave it open to the courts to decide on a case-by-case basis as to whether or not digital assets do form personal property in certain circumstances. And so the legislation has then left it to the courts, in other words, to the common law, to evolve a common law system of precedents to deal with a very difficult issue. Now, in the AIFC, there is a definition of digital assets, which has been passed through legislation, but we all know that is not going to be the end of the matter. Things will evolve very quickly, and the courts will need to be able to respond to it. So two key things before I finish, looking forward, are very important, we would suggest, for the AIFC. The one is to stick with those common law principles, coupled with principles-based regulation, so that there is the flexibility within the system to deal with the evolution, the rapid evolution of technology. And we, therefore, are of the view that it's essential that the common law continues to exist and respond to all of these challenges. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andrew, for your insightful comments. I think it's definitely important to have this balance between legal predictability and stability and need for reforms. But you mentioned a lot about new involvements in the different areas. I would like to ask Ms. Aygul Kinjbayeva, like, world is shaped by digital transformation, sustainability, investor expectations. In your perspective, what legal reforms will be most crucial for International Financial Center, especially for the Astana International Financial Center, to remain competitive in this environment?
Yeah, thank you very much. This is the first time I'm making a speech as a member of the Legal Advisory Council. I would say that this is a very interesting piece of work for me and very different perspective, and working together with my distinguished colleagues gives me a lot of experience. I want to say that nearly 10 years passed since the constitutional law on Astana International Financial Center has been adopted, and now we see the difference. We see why it was made, because at that time I remember that many Kazakh lawyers, we were opposed to this idea at all, because to me this was a big problem. First of all, it was unconstitutional, and therefore the constitution then was amended. Okay. But then the question to me was, why do we need this beautiful jurisdiction for investors, but not for the people of Kazakhstan? We needed justice ourselves either. So I thought that maybe we should concentrate on legal reform and so on and so forth. But then with time, I now see that there was a lot of sense in doing this, because I now see that this center is, as I call it, a shortcut to the rule of law. So we can, with the help of the center, we can come to the rule of law quicker, and we can see the path, how we can get there. So this center shows us how we can get there. Andrew just now said a very nice word about common law. Of course, we cannot switch to common law, but we can switch to some things that this center shows us how this should be done. The first, of course, is legislation, and this is something that Legal Advisory Council is dealing with. And doing this is a much shorter path than passing laws through the parliament of Kazakhstan. You know, it is very difficult to make a law in Kazakhstan. It's a long way, as it should be, of course. But here in this center, it can be done very quickly. And there are some very new, innovative ideas here that are tested. It's like a sandbox, as we can see, where we can test the things and see how they work and maybe implement some of them in our legislation. For example, we just heard about this definition of digital assets. And in Kazakh legislation, we also have the same problem. The second aspect of the shortcut to the rule of law is, of course, the activity of the AIFC Court and International Arbitration Center. Here, we can see how this works, court system works in England under English principles, and what we can take from there. From this point of view, of course, common law we cannot make in Kazakhstan, but we can see how adversarial system works. You know, lawyers of Kazakhstan know that in our civil code, we have declared that our system is adversarial, состязательный процесс in Russian. And in fact, it is not. In fact, we have very clear inquisitorial system where judges are very active and they impose their rules on the lawyers and on the parties during the process. And on top of this, also, we have an old administrative Soviet system where we have the hierarchy of courts and judges are not independent of this. This is one of the reasons of their not being independent. So we can see how this works in this court, in this arbitration center, how judges work and so on, and Andrew also touched on that. And we can see the benefits, and now we can develop our own route, how we can get to the true adversarial system. And this is what we have to do, and we can see now some aspects of that working in reality. And the third thing that the shortcut to the rule of law shows us is that this center, and of course its legal bodies, they influence our legal culture in Kazakhstan. We have now a lot of lawyers in this country who now see how things should work. We can see in this room very beautiful lawyers that all of us now have experience working in the arbitration center and in the court, and we can see how we should also work in our system. It's possible. I also praise the activities of this center in training our people, our specialists, including lawyers. So a lot of things are done that help us to come to the rule of law, and as a lawyer, I applaud to that. And I see that there is a lot of benefit in this, and people notice this in our neighboring countries. You can see now that similar centers and courts are being created in Uzbekistan, in Azerbaijan, in Kyrgyzstan, and even in further countries like Vietnam. A lot of people see that there is benefit in that. So I hope that this center will develop, and we will see a lot of interesting things in this center, and we all collectively can contribute to that. Because the center is very open to new ideas, to discussions, and this forum today shows this, that there is a lot of interest, and we directly can make a difference. I just hope that this center has a lot of bright future together with our beautiful country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Agul. Indeed, yes, you mentioned that a lot of neighboring and foreign countries are also trying to implement the principles of English common law here in their countries. We also have, like, for example, big projects in Kazakhstan, like Alatau City, who is also trying to model the IFC framework in their legislation. So it indeed shows the capacity and the broadness of common law to be implemented. In this regard, I would like to ask Mr. Simpson. David, in your opinion, what are the unique and interesting aspects of common laws that could be implemented in the neighboring countries or in the regional sphere?
Well, in the common law, and thank you very much. It's great to be here, to see a lot of familiar faces in the audience. The common law has become obviously the bedrock of a whole network of international financial centers around the world, and there's been, as Andrew was explaining, they have the benefit of the accumulated wisdom of common law judges from all over the world, from precedents that have been built up in lots of different countries. So it happens, of course it happens, say, in the common law courts in the Gulf, that English law precedents are cited, okay? So in the Qatar Financial Center Court, where my first involvement was really in Qatar, obviously, English precedents are cited there all the time. And in fact, when we were setting the QFC up, one of the points that really occurred to us was this: okay, if you're going to create an insurance market in Qatar based upon English common law, okay, the English common law of insurance goes back to the 18th century. I mean, there are amazing cases. There are fascinating cases about piracy on the high seas, great cases. But obviously, this is very esoteric English law. And our Qatari lawyers, what are they going to do? Are they going to buy a copy of McGillivray, which is the leading insurance law textbook, and read about all of these cases? Okay, that is one of the consequences of having a common law court. You're going to need to learn about a lot of English common law precedents. But nowadays, I'll tell you what's interesting, is that in the English courts, common law precedents from the Gulf international courts are cited. There are decisions from the DIFC court, ADGM court, which are, they're not just the background to cases. We're not just trying to enforce judgments. We are citing them as important decisions. And that's true of the cases in Singapore and Hong Kong. It's often a really good trick if you're really stuck on English, on a judicial point in English law. Check Hong Kong, check Singapore. Maybe they've gone a little bit further. Maybe they'll solve the problems. And together, all of these courts are building up a huge body of judicial precedent on developing areas of law. So as Andrew mentioned, there's been lots of cases about digital assets in England. And, you know, the courts struggled a lot to understand what a digital asset is, to really understand what an asset is, and to consider all these, the concepts that go into them. But the judgments that have been produced are now being cited all around the world and will no doubt be cited here. And cases from here will no doubt be cited in Singapore and Hong Kong and Australia and all over the world. So I think that's one of the greatest benefits of the common law system. Now, do you want me to talk about the recent developments as well? Right, now, I was going to talk about recent developments in the modern financial system, and I can tell you, you've probably heard lots about AI, and if you were at the judges, the court session earlier, you'll have heard about the importance of AI in the court system. As an English barrister, I obviously take this into consideration. One of our most senior judges apparently recently said that he can foresee the day when it would be negligent for an English barrister not to use AI in their practice. So bearing this in mind, I asked Gemini what recent developments were in modern international financial centres. Gemini didn't just give me the answer, it offered me a report. It produced a 20-page report with pie charts and graphs. I can provide it to you. It was beautiful. It was only when you got to the footnotes that you can see actually most of the things it was citing were from 2014, 2017. Gemini is very excited about the recent development of the fintech sandbox. It's don't rely on AI as a lawyer. Let me just tell you, you're presumably interested in what maybe I've seen. So I'm going to tell you 3 different areas where I've seen interesting developments in the financial system that are of relevance to here. The first is obviously digital assets, but most particularly stablecoin, because transaction volumes in stablecoin actually surpassed the volume of Visa and MasterCard combined in 2024. You probably know all that. In 2020, the G20 published the Crypto Asset Policy Implementation Roadmap, which contained high-level recommendations on global stablecoin arrangements, and that was updated by the Financial Stability Board in 2023. The AIFC and AFSA have been very much leading on this area and introduced their first comprehensive stablecoin framework, which took effect from the 1st of January, which allows the issuance of fiat stablecoin backed by a single currency. And it contains all the kind of important aspects of stablecoin regulation, reference currencies, capital requirements, redemption rights, composition of reserve assets, disclosure requirements. And the first stablecoin license was issued in July of this year, I believe. Now, this wasn't the first development in this area. There was the EU market in crypto asset regulation in 2023. That set requirements for composition of reserves. It prohibited charging fees for token redemption, prohibits stablecoins from paying interest, and limits daily non-investment transaction volumes of stablecoins not backed by a single European currency. So it's a bit complicated, but this is all to do with financial stability and the operation of the payment system. Hong Kong is well ahead. It has its stablecoin ordinance. So any stablecoin backed by the Hong Kong dollar needs to obtain a license from the Hong Kong Monetary Authority. And there are obvious provisions about reserves and reserve pools. The UK is behind on this. It's issued a consultation paper this year, all to do with issuing and safeguarding stablecoin, with all proposals about assets and statutory trusts and rules about redemption, and about custodians segregating crypto assets, that kind of thing. But obviously, the really big development in this area has been the US Genius Act. If you're familiar with that, that was passed in June this year. And this was the United States' first comprehensive legislation on stablecoin. And now that gives banks, insured depository institutions, banks and credit unions, the opportunity to issue stablecoins holding reserves in physical currency or US Treasury bills or repos, and all subject to the Bank Secrecy Act and AML and that kind of thing. These are obviously highly interesting, very interesting legislative developments, but also very important developments in terms of financial stability and how the currency works, particularly for the dollar. So, very interesting development. Another interesting development in this field, though, is what Brett King was mentioning this morning when he talked about the risk of quantum computing and digital assets. I think he mentioned what some people have been calling Y2Q, which is the point at which quantum computing effectively overwhelms existing forms of cryptography. Now, that obviously poses a serious threat to the integrity of data, the integrity of the digital assets. But think about that from a regulator's point of view. Can a regulator write a rule that says that a digital asset issuer must always maintain uncrackable cryptography? How do you know if your cryptography is uncrackable? How do you know what quantum computing is currently capable of? These are huge challenges which the digital asset market will be thinking about and regulators thinking about. Something completely different, interesting development. The London Stock Exchange recently became the first operator to be granted what's called a Pisces approval notice. Now, this is a new thing in the UK regulation, which allows them to create a secondary market in shares in private companies. Okay, so it gives private companies access to intermittent liquidity auctions, which uses the financial market infrastructure of the LSE, but for the first time to provide shares in non-public, non-listed companies. So it provides private companies with access to early-stage investors and early-stage investors. It gives investors the opportunity to get access to startups they might not otherwise get access to. It allows shareholders of participating companies, including employees, to sell shares. And it allows companies to control the frequency of the auction windows in which liquidity will be available. So it's a pretty interesting development, actually. It created big news in the UK because, this is all part of the kind of UK growth agenda for private companies, because it enables companies to evolve their shareholdership, decide who gets to trade, and it helps with price formation. But it's also, from a regulatory point of view, it's a good example of how when you create infrastructure, it's then you can use your imagination to find new ways of exploiting the infrastructure that you already have. And so this is a creative way of leveraging the existing systems of the London Stock Exchange to provide liquidity to companies that would not otherwise get it. I think that's a very good model for IFCs and regulators around the world. Finally, there's been a lot of very interesting developments, I think, in the developing markets. There were two things I'd particularly caught my eye. There's part of the World Bank Group called the International Finance Corporation, and it has been doing a lot of work in developing legal and regulatory frameworks in developing countries. Now, what it's been focusing on in particular, is putting in place legislation to give effect to netting requirements under derivative transactions. So, and you know, that's obviously very niche and obscure, but this is, it's not obscure, it's very important. It allows the derivatives markets to operate effectively, and it's been greatly supported by the International Swaps and Derivatives Association, who are keen to, they're the ones who generate the ISDA master agreement, which is the basis of most modern derivative transactions. They're keen to expand to new legal systems and do master agreements under the law of lots of new countries. But that depends upon netting arrangements being in place. ISDA do opinions. They have a database on their website of opinions as to whether legal systems offer the required degree of netting for derivatives to close out properly. Now, Kazakhstan achieved a positive ISDA opinion through the netting regulations here in the AIFC to begin with. Now it has two now. It has the Kazakhstan state law is now compliant with the netting regiments as well. But it's interesting because I think it shows that the flexibility and speed with which an IFC can develop its legal framework to achieve very important developments for the country. And then finally, there's, I mean, a lot of interest worldwide in creating IFCs modeled on here or smaller versions of the AIFC. But you'll see that because there are delegations visiting Astana all the time to learn from the model here. And just to give one example, which you may well be very familiar with, Vietnam recently approved a law to establish an international financial center in Ho Chi Minh City. And they're quite clear. They're focusing on compliance with international standards, using foreign currency for transactions, securing international financing for Vietnamese business. Similar arrangements in Nairobi. An IFC has been established in Nairobi just a few weeks ago. The National Treasury of Kenya introduced new tax incentives to foster growth there. Lagos is talking about establishing the LIFC, and I'll declare interest because City UK invited me to be on the consultative committee for the Lagos International Financial Centre. All of these places are going to develop in their own way and find what suits their market best. And I think what is important is that the IFCs create a framework in which it's possible to be creative and imaginative. If you're in the last panel, then you may have heard about aircraft leasing as a new activity that may be related to the AIFC. All possible in the kind of framework that's been created in the financial centre. And whilst IFCs often talk about themselves as gateways and hubs and ways into a region, my own view is that it's good for everyone for there to be modern financial regulation in all jurisdictions in a region, because a rising tide floats all boats. And so I think it is very positive that so many places are looking to the AIFC as a model for their future development. Thank you.
Sure. Okay. I know we're just about to finish, but I'd just like to talk about two things that leapt out of me from the earlier sessions that we've had during AFD. The first one was Mr. King talking about, do you remember, if you were watching it, his hand saying, regulation is going to keep up that fast, but technology is going to evolve that fast. And in between, there's this huge gap, which is called risk, because the regulators are unable to keep up with the advance of technology, and it's going to present a huge amount of consumer risk. So that is a critical point that the AIFC needs to work out how to address. And that is, in my view, common law and the principles-based regulation. But finally there was the gentleman from Brookfield Asset Management, one of the biggest asset managers in the world, and he said, what are the three things that we look at before deciding to invest in a country? And number one was the rule of law. That was one of the key three things that he mentioned. And so in Kazakhstan, through the AIFC and wider, that rule of law example will lead to very significant amounts of FDI. And there you had this morning the proof of that particular pudding.
Thank you very much to all of our speakers. We are very short on time, I guess. 40 minutes is not enough for this kind of topics to discuss. But I extend my sincere appreciation and gratitude to our distinguished speakers for their insightful contributions and to you for your thoughtful attention. Today's discussion actually highlighted that legal frameworks in international financial centers like IFC cannot be static. They have to be evolving all the time. They have to be designed to find balance with innovation needs of the country and the region as a whole, but as well with the global standards. We hope today's conversation will inspire continued dialogue, collaboration in shaping the next steps in IFC legislation. Thank you very much for coming and enjoy the rest of Astana Finance Days.
Dear guests, the language session is Russian, so the equipment for simultaneous translation is available at the entrance.
Раз, два, три. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. Раз.
1, 2, 3. Раз, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Раз, раз, два, три, 4, 5, 6.
Один. 1, 2, 3.
Қайырлы күн, құрметті қонақтар, Астана Finance Days форумына қош келдіңіздер. Уважаемые гости, коллеги, мы рады...
Distinguished guests, colleagues, we are happy to welcome you to the Expo Center session. Thank you for your interest on the Astana Finance Days Forum. Before we start, I would like to express gratitude to our partners and sponsors in organization and support to the forum, Freedom Broker, Kazminerals, and ITS. Our session will be held in Russian, but for your convenience, you can have simultaneous interpretation into English and Kazakh. Our format is in the form of a dialogue. Unfortunately, because of the limited time, we will not have a chance to have a Q&A session with the audience. But upon completion of this session, we will provide the contact details, and the Expo Center company will take care of all your questions and comments and will provide the feedback to you. We are here today to discuss how Kazakhstan will enhance its attractiveness in relation to investments, in creating comfortable investment environment for attracting foreign investors, to attract foreign specialists and talents to Kazakhstan. We are considering investments as an instrument for global mobility. And today we will share with you the new initiatives started together with our partners. We'll discuss the measures for creation and establishment of the new ecosystem together with our colleagues. Let me introduce our respectful speakers. Madiyar Sultanbek, Deputy CEO of joint stock company Kazakh Invest, and Yerlan Mukhan, Deputy Director of Legal Consulting Community Ltd, who is also the authorized agent in our investment and tax residency in AIFC. And as a representative of the Expat Center, I would like to mention our role. As you are aware, Expat Center is a client-oriented front office to provide support and getting full-fledged support in getting all necessary public and other administrative services for our foreign participants, investors, their family members who come to Kazakhstan, create business and do their business, run their business. As we are all aware, the global trend is competition for investments, not only in terms of volumes, but also in terms of quality, long-term effect of investments. And in this regards, I would like that we start with a review of the national policy for investments, because we know that there are quite ambitious strategic goals. And now I would like to give the floor to Madiyar. Could you please elaborate on the overall investment policy status? What kind of tools are available in attracting investments, foreign investments to Kazakhstan? And which are, in your view, the most efficient to strengthen the enabling investment environment that is comfortable for foreign investors? Thank you, Ainur, for your question. Thanks to all the audience for your time. I hope that the session will be interesting for you. We don't have much time. That's why answering all your questions in sufficient detail will not probably be possible, but I will dwell upon the most important. You know that in Kazakhstan, there are 3 stages. First one is attracting investments, support during the investment project, and post-investment monitoring, which we call aftercare. During all the stages of this investment journey that every investor in our country takes, we have a number of tools or instruments that are being developed and improved on a continuous basis. At the stage of attracting investments, we have a number of national tools for major investors. You can have the investment agreement. This tool is available for foreign and domestic investors with a volume of investments exceeding $61 million US, according to the current rate. And its advantage is that the investor will sign this agreement with the government. On behalf of the government, this agreement is signed by the line minister. And this is, of course, extremely important and valuable for the foreign investors. And we can see a huge interest starting from the beginning of the year. If I'm not mistaken, 17 such investment agreements were signed, whilst during the previous 3 years, we signed only about 10. So the interest of major investors in various industries is pretty high. The government always strives to achieve a reduction of time frame for signing such an agreement, and now it's realistic to sign such an agreement within 2 or 3 months. For medium-sized and small investors, some other tools are available. For example, it's an investment contract. Investment contract is a state service included in the Register of State Services, and it is fully automated in e-government platform under e-licensing. Any investor can apply for signing an investment contract. The signator on behalf of the state will be the investment committee of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Using these 2 instruments, you can have certain preferences, such as tax preferences under the investment contract. The preferences include provision of the grant in kind, for example, land plot, that could be at a later stage privatized by the investor. And there are also some customs duty exemption for the import of equipment. There are also certain subdivision of the investment contract, which could be an investment priority contract. The amount of investments should be from 2 million MRI, which is about $14 million US. And there are also tax benefits, such as exemption from the corporate income tax, land tax, and other taxes for investors. and both for small investors and medium investors up to $60 million, and for the investors above $60 million, Kazakhstan has relevant investment tools. At the stages of project implementation, the country has the digital platform, national investment platform, that has the database of all the investment projects in the country, in all regions, in all sectors and industries. Kazakh Invest is a national company, is the operator of this investment platform. We support, we maintain the platform, and we help making the process of investment project implementation as transparent as possible. At the aftercare stage, national company Kazakh Invest is the operator in putting together the registry of complaints and issues of the investors. So we put together this registry. We analyze, summarize, and identify the most systemic and mostly repeated issues or problems that the investors face, not only at the stage of investments, but even when they became operational and functional. We still support them. We get their feedback to what extent how difficult or easy it is to do business in Kazakhstan. And the most problematic issues are then communicated to our leadership. In particular, we submit them to the Investment Council, which is yet another instrument to support investment projects, to accelerate implementation of investment projects. It is led by the first Deputy Prime Minister. Every quarter, we submit to that council the most relevant, most often repeated issues of the investors. So we can see that this ecosystem for attracting and development of investments and protecting the investments in the country is continued, and we hope that it will be continuing further development. Thank you. Thanks, Madhyar, for your very informative review. Indeed, the formation of the comfortable ecosystem for investors, the efforts of all the stakeholders are required, including AIFC, that also contributes. In particular, we actively communicate with Kazakh Invest. In 2022, we signed a joint order to join our front offices, and recently we revisited and provided a new support in supporting investors under IAFC. Now we have the joint front office for foreign investors, where they can get not only the advice on certain governmental services, but they can also get a full consultancy and advisory in terms of advantages of IFC jurisdiction and the advantages that the government will provide, or benefits that the government will provide to the investors. And in this regards, I would like to give the floor to you to share the effect of the new model operation of the front offices, joint front offices, to support and provide full consultancy to the foreign investors, how you see it and how you appreciate it. Thanks, Ainur, for your question. Yes, indeed. Thanks to our joint efforts and huge support that is provided by AIFC to the national company Kazakh Invest, our staff of the front office, who provides advisory support to the investors, is located in AIFC block C33, who has the chance to consult and advise both to the investors who come to Expat Center, but also those who come to our contact center using the number 620 on the issues related to investments.
Related to the applications for investment contracting, which is the most popular investment tool that is demanded by the domestic investors. There are nuances there for application submission. It should be in a right way filled in, and we obtain a lot of telephone calls related to the consulting services, and we have an officer in AFC office, and in the opening ceremony speeches we heard that the governor said more than 17 billion investments were attracted via AFC platform from those companies that are registered in this platform. That's why there is synergy in attracting the investments by AFC and Expat Center. And it's very good that the top management of both companies understand this. This will give the positive impulse and leads to more synergy in providing high-quality services for investors. Thank you. Thank you, Madziyar. Actually, creation of the new format is effective and simplifies some certain administrative procedures and accelerates single window services delivered in one window. And these services related to the normative and regulation character, and Expat Center positions itself as the developer of new products, new services, participates in the regulatory lawmaking work in relation to migration and investment policies. One of the products is the program for investment policy that provides some certain benefits for the foreign investors and the tax exemptions or benefits. And the Expat Center defines some certain policy, and all the attraction, all the interrelations are done via our partnership network, via authorized consultants, such as the company represented by Yerlan, and we'd like smoothly switch to the program on investment and tax policy of AFC. And synergy as well as coordination in efforts gives the investor some certain new tools in parts of investing. And if in 2024 we launched our program on financial tools in the exchange of AFC, not long ago we launched another new tool, investments in the stock of companies that are registered in the AFC platform. And now the new stream is being developed to provide some benefits to our investors, including the gold visa, residence permits, and etc. And in this regard, I'd like to give the floor to you, Mr. Yerlan Mukhan. Tell us, please, about the practical area, how you see the work in interrelations with AFC authorities to implement this program in provision of new products and services that are implemented in ecosystem of AFC. Share us, please, the information, what kind of cases were implemented under such a program. Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for your question. Actually, for us, this is high honor to be an agent in a program for tax policy, and we are the pioneers to implement this program, and we have already one or two very successful cases how to obtain the investment and tax residence, and there are new claims for that. And we are authorized partner for administration of the center. We always talk about this program, that it gives very unique benefits, and other foreign clients that apply to us under other requests also learned that there is such an opportunity to obtain this tax residence in Kazakhstan. And we see how this program is being implemented, and at the initial stage, we actually obtained the request how to extend the functional of investments. And we were happy to inform that there are additional, not only people who want to invest in the securities, but the market heard the consultants, and now the new program is being developed to invest not only in the securities, but also in the stocks of the companies registered in AFC. And we already see that the center administration develops this and makes it more bureaucratic. And we tested it on ourselves, first of all, then on successful cases, and improve this process constantly. Apart to being partners of this program, we also see how the process is making stronger to attract the international clients and investors, given the bureaucratized process, including a digital process portal, and how the process were developed in order to issue the temporary residence permits, not only for the investors, but also for the members of their families. And we see very business-like interest from the market, from the potential investors who are interested in such issues and ask additional questions. And we, being lawyers, consultants, see our role to explain the benefits of this program and to develop the trust, being independent providers of such kind of services, ensuring stability of the legal mode as well as implementation of rights and under these programs, what kind of documents are needed to be submitted. In this regard, our goal is in a maximum way comfortable in order to ensure the participants of this program, including investors, to exercise all the guarantees and rights offered by this program. Thank you, Yerlan. Actually, thanks to such partners, authorized agents, our program in a maximum way is being developed in a practical way and attract investors to participate. We raise the awareness of the foreign residents that such a program is available, and it provides some certain benefits if to participate under this program. And in general, Yerlan, your company, we cooperate not only under this program, offering the professional legal services related to the AFC jurisdiction, and maybe you will share some information about the interactions with our expat center and with other units of AFC. Here we see huge capacity and opportunities. We project these opportunities on our partners, on our colleagues, and see the opportunity of huge synergy as far as there are very many different business requests in development of the market, development of the country, and development at the international level. We see huge capacity, and Kazakh Invest Expat Center as a partner gives us huge benefit, and there is the single window applications when a human as well as the business willing to invest in the economy of Kazakhstan can obtain in a maximum way comfortable under the legal mode all the preferences offered by this program. We are happy that there is such a professional approach. Thanks a lot, Yerlan. We also see exclusively efficient interrelations when we create such a platform where all stakeholders, including representatives of the government authorities, our participants, as well as business communities, that we create for them that type of ecosystems where initiatives will be combined with the effective projects in order to increase the comfortable investment environment for foreign investors, for foreign experts to come to Kazakhstan and open businesses and carry out the effective and successful businesses. And as the beginning of the session, we wanted our organizers to show QR code in the screen in order to obtain your questions, your proposals, and to get familiar with the products and services of the authorities of AFC, including Expert Center, about the program of investment and tax residence. If you have any questions or proposals, you may send them to us. Our staff will consider them and send you our feedback. We'd like to express appreciation to our distinguished speakers for your information, for your vision, and we are happy to develop our partnership with you and to express appreciation to our audience for your interest in these issues. And you now know that Expert Center is not only the front office for providing state services, we are a dialogue platform. In a maximum way, we try to develop the ecosystem and to create the comfortable eco environment in order to make the residents feel comfortable stay in our country. Thank you for your time. We wish you success. See you soon in our sessions in the next Astana Finance Days event.
Across the boundless steppes, at the heart of Eurasia, the Great Silk Road has crossed these lands since ancient times. A road that connected ideas and entire civilizations. The ancient nomads were part of this journey. Their nomadic way of life kept them connected across continents, as they once roamed for the finest lands. Today, the search for a thriving ecosystem brings business here, to the heart of Eurasia. Their anchor was the yurt, their home, flexible, open, and resilient. Today, such a center of gravity for business is the Astana International Financial Center, a place where ideas meet capital and partnership comes to life. AIFC is an international financial ecosystem built on the principles of English common law. Here, businesses benefit from a favorable regulatory environment, tax preferences, and open access to global capital. Everything needed to grow in a stable environment, where business truly matters, where trust is valued, where at the core stand transparency, partnership, and a global mindset. Honoring our roots, we're building an ecosystem where values are passed on to future generations. Here in Kazakhstan, a new center of gravity has emerged, a vital link between East and West, where resilience meets innovation and human capital shapes the economy of the future. AIFC, inspired by history, built on trust, designed for growth.
Один, два, три. Один, два, три. Один, два, три. Все, вы же первая, да? Все, удачи вам. Не волнуйтесь, не переживайте, все нормально.
Хорошо. Микрофон зачем включить?
Сразу, да?
Да?
И сразу
Раз.
выступление начнете, да?
Раз. Да?
Вы пока можете поговорить, я там с конца.
Давайте.
Чуть-чуть правее. Куда? Чуть-чуть правее. Я не могу, я же уже...
Для нам картинка тоже важна. Отлично. Да, отлично.
Раз, два, три.
Раз, два, три.
ЦЦУ откроешь? Проверю. Раз, два, три. Один, два. Раз.
Раз. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Siltma. Dayınımız ba? Қайырлы күн, құрметті әріптестер, қонақтар және достар.
Good morning, distinguished participants of our session. My name is Baljan Mirzabayeva. I am Chief Executive Director of AFC Academy. And let us start from saying that academic leaders and employers usually discuss how the different interdisciplinary minor programs in the universities help the students to obtain provide us the tools that will change our world. And minor programs are very good tools, providing opportunities to assess the opportunities provided by the law subjects. And between the subjects, the AAFC is not only a concept but also a real work. From 14th August, our academy provided the minor programs to STU, and from the 22nd August to ALMA-U, which provides a good sign that the academic universities will provide us the global trends. And before introducing our distinguished speakers, I'd like to give the floor to a person thanks to whom this project is being successfully implemented. The floor is given to Baglana Musina, the Chief Director on Sustainable Development, Freedom Holding Corporation. Good afternoon, distinguished guests and participants of Astana Finance Days. Distinguished colleagues, I am happy to welcome you in today's session that is devoted to the future human resources development programs, and we signed a memorandum on cooperation on introducing of 10 minor programs, as far as I remember, with the leading universities of our country. And this agreement became a starting point for improving the educational proposals and introduction of the modern curricula in the universities of the country. And 4 minor programs that were developed by AFC Academy were transferred to 2 universities, SDU, and the program covers the options regulating of financial markets and resolution of commercial and international disputes. And we hope that this will be a bridge for the academic theory and challenges and requests of the real world. And we need to note that the remaining 6 minor programs will be implemented in the regional universities of our country, which will ensure access to modern knowledge and competences, not only in the big cities, but also in the regions of our vast country. And for Freedom Holding Corp, this initiative and support to this program is an important part of ESG mission of our huge holding. We create opportunities that help the young specialists become competitive not only in Kazakhstan but also in the international level. I express appreciation to all the partners and to Baljan as well for this important contribution into this program, and we will form probably the new vector for educating the new workforce. And I hope that the outcome that we will see in the market with the well-prepared and trained experts of our country. Thank you for your attention, and thanks a lot to you, Baglana. Today, our discussions will be focused on 4 questions. How minors eliminating the borders will impact on the employability and career growth of the graduates? What are the challenges in integration of minors in the system of higher education of Kazakhstan, and how, through the collaboration with the universities and businesses, we may make these minor programs in a maximum way useful and practical? And I enjoy to introduce you our speakers of our panel discussions. Mr. Alimjan Igenbayev, Rector of SDU University; Asel Arun, Provost of Academic Development in Almaty Management University; Esther Babajanyan, the Professor of the Maksut Narikbayev University; and Tom Weinemond, the the Vice Dean for Academic Issues in GSB of Nazarbayev University. So let us continue our discussions. We will give the floor to Mr. Igenbayev. Mr. Alimjan, we welcome you as the university, and I would like you to talk how you introduced these minor programs in SDU University and how the minor programs impact on educating our young workforce. Thank you very much for inviting us, and the topic is very important for us, and we think that this issue related to training of our future generations in the new way. And if we look back to history of Kazakhstan, we have Atamekan, Chamber of Entrepreneurs, and in this chamber we also work currently, and our salary is the average for the universities. In the future, the career will certainly will benefit from minor programs. There is competition between the departments of the university. We have business minor program. Thanks to the AFC and under support from Freedom Holding Corporation, we launched the minor programs in the curriculum of our university, and this is an important step for businesses, for economy, and we are experienced in this area. And speaking about them, we may say that this could be the narrow area that is incorporated in the wider educational curricula, and how important it could be for medical industry. The minor programs certainly will give deeper knowledge. And in this regard, we start our work. Such programs are incorporated in the business environment, and certainly the asset management with the support of 2 minor programs, and the students show huge interest in minor programs. And in the next year, we are planning to incorporate more programs. And you all know that in Kazakhstan, this takes place, and these Astana Finance Days also give a huge impact. 2-3 years ago, we were discussing the AI. 3 years passed in a quick way. I don't know what topical issues will be discussed in 3 years from now, but we think that we, after discussions, come to actions and came to the conclusion that minor programs will be very demanded and very useful for our students. Thanks a lot that you share with us such ideas during a year how minor programs impacted on the knowledge of your students, what kind of success you achieved after incorporation of minor programs. And I'd like to ask the next question to Asil. Talk us about integration of minor programs in universities. What are the opportunities and challenges you faced when you started to use these minor programs in your curricula? Show please my presentation. I'd like to talk about my experience. Given the current changes in the world, we just adopted the following philosophy. We teach the students not on the future occupation, profession, but on the lives in general.
Previously, the universities would prepare the students for future professions, and the universities will focus on hard skills in the new profession and the new functions. Now we understand that the world requires more, so we changed our philosophy, and now we are preparing our students for life in general, for this changing life full of crises and conflicts. And thus, we built our educational program like this. In our strategy, we include that our education should be transformative, interdisciplinary, and creative, and that responds to the challenges, global challenges, and sustainable development goals. If we look at the overall curriculum in the form of a pyramid, the basis of the pyramid is the formation of the values among our students. And to form the value, we introduced a program which we call Tolkatam. Translated from Kazakh, it means holistic person, holistic human. And to form such a human with values, holistic person, we introduced 7 disciplines into our curriculum, such as creative thinking, critical thinking, creative writing. There's a subject called I, why. We help students defining their role in the world. So there's a discipline called servicing the community, and the whole block Tolkanam will put together the foundation that will form the basis for the rest. Now, we studied the trends and reports of the Global Economic Forum, where they published the future of jobs that defines the most critical skills that will be required. And we now built the module, the technology of the future. And this year it includes the modules like financial intelligence. We introduced a subject like entrepreneurship in action, AI in action, given the technological development. And this module will be studied by all the students, irrespective of their specialty. And this will form the mostly demanded skills. And this is the second stage of our pyramid. And the third is the biggest block, is their major. Students will get the hard skills in their specialty so that they're successful in their career. And the top of the pyramid is the part which we call minor, which helps the students adopt the additional skills in addition to their main specialty. And this is the minor. Minor is included in all our curricula, and every student can choose one minor under his studies. This year we are providing more than 30 minors for their choice. And this is the very report that we took as the basis, Future of Jobs, where we can see 10 mostly demanded skills. We include them in our curriculum to make sure that we fully equipped our students with the skills that are required by the employers and will enhance their competitiveness and demand. The leitmotif of my speech is minor programs, future opportunities. Indeed, even though this is a small part of the training plan, it provides a huge opportunity for our students, because here the students will form their own trajectory. He will choose the minor that will complement their skills, and thus they can build their own personal trajectory for training. And here we motivate the students to study their strengths and enforce them even further with the additional skills. For example, the IT guys who normally come to software engineering, we propose a minor for project management so that tomorrow they could manage those IT projects and also acquire soft skills such as communication skills. The financiers offered the minor for IT that will enhance their financing skills, because we understand that financiers pure will be less demanded than the financiers with IT skills. This will help enhancing their competitiveness and demand at the labor market, and we also ensure the interdisciplinary nature when the students and various specialties can develop the interdisciplinary projects, and this is the portfolio that will enhance the employability and demand at the labor market. I would like to quote Robert Greene, who says that the future comes with those who learn more skills and combine them in a creative way. Here, I will very often refer back to the previous slides, and when they show this metaphor to the students, they very well accept it. For example, if an accountant comes to the employer, he knows debit, credit, and once see accounting previously, it was enough. But now the contemporary employer wants everything. The so-called universal soldier who is sociable, has all necessary soft skills, and this is like a current smartphone that has a lot of various functions, and the current employers want us to make sure that we develop the smartphone that has a huge number of various skills that could be used. That's why I tell our students that we have a challenge, that indeed we have the support by our partners, and I'm very glad that we are here and we are in the conditions when the business and professional community together with us will take this solidary responsibility for training their staff, because they should be interested in training good staff, because good staff is the impact on the development of the industry as a whole. And this has to be done not only by the universities, because we need expertise and support by the businesses. And I'm very glad to see that AIFC, represented by AIFC Academy and Freedom Holding, who sponsored this project, and now we work together. And this is a win-win-win situation when our synergy and our joint work gives win to everyone. And I would like to show as an example that minor project was started in 2019, quite long ago, but this very close collaboration with the industry, with the professional community, lately has resulted in 4 minor programs which were started and launched with the support of AIFC and Freedom Holding. We are grateful for this, and we will trace the results and we will share them, and we hope that our graduates will get a better impact on their career. And when we create minors, when we develop them, we want them to be very practice-oriented, and many minors are based on professional standards such as IBMA, ICCA, and together with our partners, we develop them. And I see that you put a very good foundation, and you set a good example for other companies that they should work with universities, should support them, because the training professional staff should be our joint task. Thank you. A very good comment that you made, Asil, is that our key objective is to cover the demand of the staff or the employers who need staff from the market. And this is a good assistance for the employers, and also this is the help for the graduates, so that they smoothly adapt when they're employed, so they're not afraid of working, so that they don't get disappointment during the first 3 months of working, so that they could understand after the graduation how the business works in Kazakhstan. Thanks again, Asel. I would also like to demonstrate our video reports, as I stated before, of that on the 14th and on the 21st of August, we placed officially the minor programs. We placed them in our social media and would like to show them now because we are very proud of our minor programs. This is a special and good opportunity for the students to master all the contemporary trends and competences. The implementation of minor programs is an indicator of us paying huge attention to the students getting the best of knowledge. Thank you. Now, I would like to give to Esther Lvovna in the area of justice. The education is very specialist. How minor will create new horizons for your students? I would not but comment that we have already worked with Narikbayev University. Our international experts provided the minor program training. Now I'd like to hear from you the joint operation together with Narikbayev University. The floor is yours. Thank you very much. Indeed, minor programs for our major bachelor students, including in the higher school of law. This is not something new for us, so we have been implementing such programs for quite a while already. And in the framework of our educational curriculum, jurisprudence and international law, the students can have up to 3 minors that will get into their 248 credits. That is without getting out of the main volume, which is good because the students don't have to overpay for training. And when they graduate from based on the single educational curriculum under the 4-year studies, at the same time, if they build the trajectory of training properly, they could also get special competences like at least for 1 and maximum for 3 out of presented 7 minor programs. We had brilliant experience in implementing minor upper English law together with AIFC Academy. We responded to the challenge of the time when in AIFC territory the common law will be applied, and we realized that the graduates should understand what it is about. And it's obvious that the common law should be trained by those who has a bachelor degree and some experience in that. So we collaborated with AIFC Academy and launched a joint minor program that was graduated by the students who are linked to AFC one way or another. Somebody was employed, somebody works in the companies that employed here, and we receive from time to time the requests or demands for the guys who have these competences. And based on that experience, we identified the areas where there is a need in young staff. All the existing minor programs under our educational curriculum are implemented with the partners one way or another that are interested in employing the graduates and interested in training those future employees. For example, minor financial security is implemented with us together with AFM during using the dual education system. That is, part of the disciplines are implemented by us, and some of them are trained by AFM. They're very practice-oriented. The guys are working in the field, acquiring the skills that are required in financial intelligence and so on. In the fields, in the places where such skills could be applied. And the most important thing is that the minor is implemented, and all the minors that you can see here are implemented together with the partners, and the graduates are provided with advantages like the priority employment or early employment. It gives them the opportunity for special internship programs, and as a result of which the students may be again employed by the companies who help us implementing those minors. And importantly, we provide joint branding of the certificate for minor, which says to the graduate that you can come to me. I'm ready to consider you as the future staff. And we analyze the graduates based on the results of minors. Indeed, up to 70% of graduates who have certificates of minors that we implemented will eventually be employed by the companies who partnered with us in implementing the minors. Another important minor is the legal IT. And in this room, I have the graduates who studied and acquired competences under this minor. And as of today, they are now working as professionals in this area, working at digital stock exchange, and the companies accredited by AFC. And I'm very proud of that, and we are happy about that, because answering your question to me, what kind of opportunities it will give. Indeed, the general lawyer is like a therapist. It's difficult to get employed at the labor market at the moment, especially given that lots of routine tasks at the moment are being addressed using AI. And we understand that a wide range approach is already outdated, and the challenges of the future require not only narrow specialization, but also interdisciplinary. Jurisprudence never existed by itself, separate from the economy, separate from the social processes and other processes. Therefore, all changes in social, public, and economic formation requires a response in changing the trajectory of the educational curricula, because now we train specialists not for today, but for the period in 4, 5, 6 years. So we have to look 4, 5, 6 years ahead when training such specialists. Therefore, for me, as the head of the program, the task is to define the most relevant topics that will be of demand sometime later, and form the required trajectory for education. what will it give to our graduates? Growth in competition, in competitiveness, new educational trajectory, future-oriented, flexible skills. I fully agree with my colleague that the hard skills are needed, but the modern employer needs soft skills. This is why this year we introduced as a mandatory program in law the course of Introduction to AI for legal profession, because we realized that AI most likely will not replace the lawyer, but the lawyer who is capable of using AI will definitely replace the lawyer who is not capable of that. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot, Esther.
From the perspective of business and employers, what skills do minors actually really develop, and how relevant are they in the current labor market? When we visited your university, you shared information that you already have minor programs. So we would like to hear your experience. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting us here. We do have minor programs at our university. I'm actually representing the Graduate School of Business, which is a graduate school. In a graduate school, we have graduate programs, so there are no minors there. But we are starting from, or we started already from 2 years ago, a bachelor's program in business administration, in which we first have majors. But of course, minors is something that is also going to be on the way there. Plus, our students in all of our programs have the right to take courses that then are forming a minor. And that kind of brings me a little bit to what is actually the skills that an employer expects when somebody has a minor. Well, the main thing is that students have an additional topic that they studied. So they have something that is complementary or additional, and that means that an employer can kind of count on 2 skill sets that they have acquired during their studies. So that's the kind of the short answer. The long answer is, I believe, a little bit more complicated. And for that, I kind of want to challenge you all on thinking on how to actually set up these minors. When we construct these programs, and I hear my colleagues do the same thing, we're basically thinking about employability of our students, but also about lifelong learning, about developing the skill sets where the students and our graduates are very dynamically moving in the employability sphere. And so we contact employers and then ask, what skills do you actually expect our students to have? And I think that's informative, if we know that, to also how should we structure the minors in developing these skills. And so when we do this in Kazakhstan, and I think we called the AIFC at some point as well, the one thing that's common from all employers is local relevance. Have students who understand how locally they can apply what they learn. Because very often what we teach is academic, we make it practical, but therefore it's not always locally practical. And that makes sense from an employer's point of view, because they want to have a graduate coming in and not having to train them too much. They want them to come already with that knowledge. So that's an important part to keep in mind when we start structuring minor programs. The second thing are collaboration skills, communication skills. And I think collaboration is interesting in a minor context because we have 2 domains that you're working in. You probably sit in a classroom with students from another domain. And that makes this, inherently in these minors, you get this collaborative part. And that's very important, especially when we're thinking now about like AI being introduced and coding and so on. And then I think the third thing is the kind of bridge building or adaptability, thinking out of the box, being innovative. And again, that's something that the minor brings, because you have one basic knowledge, and then you combine this with something new, and therefore you have to think out of the box. That's the three things I think employers want. So when we're constructing minors, I think we should take this into account that we bring that to the table. Now, at the Nazarbayev University Graduate School of Business, we think a lot about this kind of practicality, this kind of local relevance, and the way I define this is my thing, is I call this experiencing. That is that we have, at one hand, we have these hard skills that were mentioned before, and then next to that, we want to have the students also the opportunity to use these hard skills in different kind of settings. And the way we do that is through, I mean, we're a research university. That means that next to being the Vice Dean for Academic Affairs, we also have to do research. We have our students do research as well. I think there they learn these hard skills. They also learn a little bit of communication skills. Then we want to them to be global citizens, which is important for employers as well. And we try to do that through internationalization, hiring international faculty, but also now more and more sending our students abroad or working, cooperating with international partners. So we're going to start something pretty soon in our school with Hong Kong UST. And then the third thing, which is a really important pillar, is this practicality. And I'm very happy to see that Freedom is here, and AFC, the AFC is also reaching out through their AFC Academy to establish that link between the academia and the practice. We are really looking forward to expanding that. We start doing that already through some initiatives. Actually, some of our students are here. I see somebody sitting there who's here for, what we do is we use this opportunity as what we call the Industry Insights event. So the task is that our students are hanging out with finance professionals and then learning a little bit of that. We love to have internships, so that is important. But we should think about also like developing masters, and I think we have some really good ideas on how to do that, maybe in a less traditional way. But the question is here, do we want to go for certification, which I believe might be in certain disciplines really important, or do you want to go for kind of a general education, where we bring people from different fields and give them that enthusiasm for an additional area, and then give them a path through a minor to grow in that extra field. So that's kind of my take on it, and thank you very much. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Dr. Vinaimund. And here we have a great opportunity. We have consumers of our minor programs, our students, their parents, and also employers. Maybe they do have questions to you. Осы мүмкіндікті пайдалана отырып, панельдік дискуссиямызды жалғастыра отырып, аудиториямызда сұрақтар болса.
So the mic is open for everyone who would like to ask questions. The floor is yours. Good afternoon. Introduce yourself. I am the second-year student in Nazarbayev University. My question is, what could universities do in joint efforts in order to make minor programs innovative as well as practical?
Maybe you have, you would like to ask one of the speakers?
Doesn't matter. Енді сұрақ өте түсініксіз деп ойлаймын. Бауырымыздың сұрап жатқан.
The question is very interesting, and all universities that come here to this session talk about the innovations and trends, as well as just not the news that Nazarbayev University, SDU, and Alma-U. The question you asked is very interesting, and we can say that there is the global statistical data. If we consider all the disciplines. This means that now all the higher educational establishments have a challenge. Our graduates should be demanded, should be employable now. That's why the universities welcome the initiatives from the AAFC in the businesses, in the law. In businesses, we see a lot of opportunities that could be used by the graduates, and this may become a point of impulse for the universities. And universities have their opportunities that could be offered for the students in their thesis work, or can see minor programs available for them in other universities, and you may become stakeholders. And we offer good opportunities for you. More questions? Introduce yourself. Good afternoon.
ESG manager and international relationship manager. Yes, I think the one interesting minor could be for finance now is ESG, and maybe some skills with contact with international relations to build these relations. Thank you very much.
It's as a recommendation for
and
us.
Question, sorry, and question is, how do you think these minor programs really contribute? What it's contribute to development of our specialists nowadays? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. Yeah, great to see you. We've already incorporated this mandatory course on ESG into the curriculum for all international relations specialty students. So it's a mandatory course because we really believe that it's one of the core competence in this changing world, especially for those who work in these international relations. So it's mandatory course for them, but for other students it's kind of elective course and they can choose it. First of all, what kind of benefit it gives to our students? Employability, first of all. And I think especially for our students, it helps to become not only competitive in our local market and also in global market, because we want them to dream big and to challenge themselves to work anywhere, not only in Kazakhstan, but in this global world. So,
Thank you. Tom, you would like to add?
Yeah, and ESG is a very big topic, and we work on that as well. I think this is an ideal topic to bring in what we call core curriculum, but that then can lead to a minor as well. So the way that I'm thinking about this, and I think hopefully, and you will also move that direction, is to introduce what we call general education courses, which are really high quality courses that bring topics like that accessible for the entire community. And then that can actually bring different aspects to ESG. It could be something that's based on science, could be something that's based on social sciences, could be something that's based on governments. And that can, all these building blocks then can build a minor. And I think that's a great way of introducing these topics in a very fascinating way to our students. So there's a lot to do there. I really like that question too.
Okay, thank you. And here. Thank you. Due to the time limitation, we have one question. Yeah. Yeah, the last question. Oh. Okay. So, maybe after panel session.
Есімім Марина болады. Мен болашақ студенттің анасымын. Таңдаудамыз. Сондықтан осы сессияны таңдап келдім сіздерді.
I have the following question. All these disciplines in minor programs are offered in the way of lectures, or there are some practical exercises now? When we are in foreign universities in one term, there is some internship and practical exercises in the enterprises. How this is done in Kazakhstan? And one of the important issues like yours are discussed in the government, and we conducted a discussion in the president's office as far as it's important. And universities also perform an important task, and given the requests from the communities as well as from the enterprises and businesses, we form the programs and engaging representatives of businesses and enterprises. We will include more and more practical skills, opportunities, and education given in the classrooms may stay in the curriculum, but when practical skills are developed in enterprises, certainly could give the practicality for minor program consumers. And in universities, we really do this. Distinguished speakers, thank you very much for your time. And minor programs are not just the academic option, but a powerful tool for forming the competitiveness of graduates and development of partnerships between universities and businesses. This actually is the new vector in reforms in educational industry of Kazakhstan. By that, we finish our session, but the forum is going on. I'd like to express appreciation to all our partners, sponsors, Freedom Holding Corporation, and businesses for your contribution into the work of our forum. Thank you very much.
Sizlerге рахмет.